G'day, May 40 here. So I think we all know that I'm a pretty stern moralist, not the type of bloke whose head is just turned by a pretty young face. But I, like the Torah instructs, I welcome truth from any source. So when an attractive young Pakistani British elite educated woman suggested to me how wonderful my live streaming was, I thought, I think she's got a point there. My live streaming really is as wonderful as this Muslim woman says. And when she suggested some of the songs of Anastasia to me, I was willing to check them out. And the music was as wonderful as this Muslim woman said. I welcome truth from any source is what the Rambam, is what Moshe Maimonides would want me to do. And so before I started this stream today, I just need to be emotionally naked with you. I was listening to Anastasia's 2015 song, Take This Chance, because this is my ethos, right? I want to take this chance to talk to you. I'm not afraid to let go of what I have become, and everything that I knew before is setting with the sun. Right? You're my melody. I'll harmonize the songs we never sung. So I'm going to take this chance and do something I never tried. And to the extent I've done some compelling blogging and vlogging over the years, a component of it was I'm going to take this chance. However, there is a downside when you operate out where the buses don't run no more. When you go outside of the rules, you may occasionally say some things that you regret. And there have been one or two times over the years that I've regretted some things that I've written and said in the past. And so this Friday afternoon, I was enlisting AI to help me find some of my previous blog posts that might need just a little touch of editing, perhaps toning down, maybe even deleting. And so as I was using AI to detect some posts that I now feel embarrassed by, I started blogging July 3, 1997. So that is 28 years ago. Wow, I just celebrated my 28th year as a blogger. And it's fairly humdrum work. And so at the same time, I'm listening to YouTube autoplay various videos that I'm just running on 1x because I've only got a certain amount of my attention span listening to these videos while I try to figure out what are some posts from the past that I would be better off deleting. And then I got a shock. Apparently, some of my previous posts on my God-intoxicated blog, lukeforward.net, right, violated this particular AI's terms of service. Right? Am I too hot for AI? That came as a shock. Right? I thought that my blogging and my vlogging has become a testimony to the transformative powers of 12-step work and Torah and God's will and converting to Judaism. But maybe I've misjudged reality. Right? Maybe I took this chance, operated out where the buses don't run no more, and now it's kind of embarrassing what I said. And so I'm in shock. And I'm thinking, wow, do I need to rejigger my past blogging to make it at least compliant with the new dominant form of tech, the AI chatbot? And as I'm engaging in this moral introspection, in this accounting of the soul, I'm considering, wow, I thought it was just so brave and so honest when I wrote about my life, and I thought it was a testimony to the transformative powers of the beautiful things that I've adopted and how it's helped me overcome the grosser, more animalistic, selfish and lustful sides of myself that were once dominant. But perhaps I have gone into too great a detail with regard to some of the things that I've said and done in the past. And while I think it's just brave and stunning and honest and inspiring how brave and honest and revelatory and vulnerable I've been, right? I've been embracing my vulnerability, not just embracing my vulnerability, guys. I've been leading with my vulnerability, but that's not always a good thing. So I noticed that in work situations, I have way too often led with vulnerability, and that has led people to treat me with disrespect, and I don't enjoy that. And so I started thinking about how would various strangers think if they read this or that I'd posted 20 years ago on my blog, and maybe I should edit, delete it right now. I need to become more AI compliant. And as I'm engaging in this accounting of the soul, YouTube starts auto-playing a particular video that says things that I'd never heard before. And I thought, oh, I've never heard of this woman. And she's breaking the news as far as I'm aware. Is there any chance that she's correct? Does she have any credibility? And so I turned to Grok and said, please assess this channel. Does it have any credibility? And it didn't seem to have much credibility. But there's a news story going on that's not in the polite news. It's not in the prestige press. It's among all those who are unprestigious and not worthy of elite credibility. They're talking about how there's a new leader in China. And none of the prestige press has really mentioned this. So no one really knows who this particular woman is. But I'm starting to wonder, is she onto something? And by even asking this question publicly and sharing this video with you, I'm trembling that I might be sharing misinformation. I was accused by a friend of sharing misinformation recently, and it cut me to the quick. And I thought, I'm not so sure that this friend is still worthy of my cutting edge insights and my scoops about the world around us. But there's all this speculation among the non-peer reviewed, among the non-prestigious, that there is a new boss in China. Right? You won't find this in the Financial Times. You won't find this in the New York Times. But have you ever heard of the YouTube channel Lay's Real Talk?
All right, let's talk about Zhang Youxia, the man who controls the military. Now, he's been the driving force behind recent changes, and he cannot afford to lose. Unlike the party elders who can choose whether or not to engage, Zhang Youxia has no such luxury. He's made a decisive gamble by moving to strip Xi Jinping of the chairmanship. At this point, it's his life versus Xi's power. So understanding what Zhang Youxia is doing is essential. So let's start with Miao Hua. He was one of Xi Jinping's most trusted generals. So on June 27th, the National People's Congress formally announced his removal. And this followed his investigation, which was announced at the end of 2024. And his investigation escalated from disciplinary violations to legal violations. So this formal announcement at this time is a win for Zhang Youxia. Now, let me talk about Zhang's relations with Miao. Their relationships have been in trouble. Here's what happened. Miao Hua reportedly wanted Zhang Youxia's job. With Xi Jinping's backing, Miao sought to replace both Zhang Youxia and Xu Qiliang, who were vice chairman of the CMC. He aimed to replace these two with himself and He Weidong. In other words, his goal, his ambition was that him and He Weidong, the other vice chairman, would replace Zhang Youxia and Xu Qiliang. But that plan failed because Xi Jinping still needed Zhang Youxia's support to secure a third term. So Zhang Youxia didn't retire. As a result, Miao Hua remained in his old position, while He Weidong was promoted to vice chairman because Xu Qiliang retired. This deepened the rift between Miao and Zhang, leading Miao Hua to escalate his efforts, culminating in purges across the Rocket Force and General Armaments Department. Both were Zhang Youxia's strongholds. Miao also played a central role in bringing down former defense minister Li Shang.
So here's one of the big dangers of what I'm doing right now and what people like me, like independent pundits, if we just repeat to you what's in the prestige press, right, there's no value add. So we're heavily incentivized to embrace conspiracy theories, such as that there's a new leader in China without compelling information. So I recognize the temptation. I recognize the dangers here, guys. I might be spreading, God forbid, misinformation and conspiracy theories.
Who was accused of bribery. Now, Li had succeeded Zhang Youxia as head of the General Armaments Department. So his downfall directly impacted Zhang Youxia, who at the time feared that she would purge him next. So Zhang Youxia fought back. Now, in the end, the fire Miao Hua lit turned back on him. And now that fire has spread into the Navy and the Air Force. On the very same day that Miao Hua's removal from the NPC was announced, there was another PLA general who was dismissed, and that's Navy Chief of Staff Li Hanjun. He's a close associate of Miao Hua. Li had served for many years at the Fujian Naval Base, where he built a close alliance with Miao, who was the head of the 31st Army's political department. So during Xi Jinping's military reforms, General Li Hanjun, also served as the deputy director of the CMC's Reform and Organization Office, where he oversaw naval reorganization or restructuring. His downfall is significant, not just because of his connection to Miaohua, but also because of his ties to retired Air Force General Xu Qiliang, who died under suspicious circumstances last month. Li Hanjun had worked directly under Xu Qiliang, but he was promoted by Miaohua from rear admiral to vice admiral, and eventually rose to become Navy's chief of staff. So in short, Miaohua, Xu Qiliang, and Li Hanjun are all deeply connected. So Li's downfall represented another circumstance by Zhang Youxia, one that further weakens Xi Jinping's network in the military. It also shows that Zhang's influence has now extended, or his purging, I should say, has now extended into the top ranks of the Navy. The investigation into Li Hanjun is another devastating strike against Xi's military legacy, and it signals the near total collapse of his authority in the Navy. And it's not just the Navy.
So I couldn't find much evidence that this particular person has credibility, so I just have to assess what she's saying on its own merits. And I thought back to a book I read about 6 years ago, God forbid, Hitler and the Art of Abductive Logic. So abductive logic is reasoning to the simplest explanation. If you have all these inscrutable variables that don't make sense, and then there is one theory that takes the inscrutable, makes it scrutable, that takes otherwise contradictory information and harmonize it, then perhaps you are closer to the truth. And so there's deductive logic, there's inductive logic, but then there's abductive logic, which is the logic of detective stories. You're looking for the simplest explanation of reality. And so when you try to explain everything that's going on in China right now, this does seem to be the simplest explanation. So regime change is a dirty word, but just because a concept has become a dirty word in the United States of America does not mean that it is not true. And regimes are constantly changing because different factions of regimes are always rising in power and other factions in a regime are decreasing in power. So regime change is going on all around us, not necessarily in an absolute black and white sense, but you always have one faction rising in power, another faction diminishing in power, and all sorts of generals associated with the titular dictator of China, Xi Jinping, have been removed from power. And there are these other signals that Xi Jinping is no longer so dominant in China. So maybe, what the heck, maybe this woman is onto something.
On June 28th, Du Wen, a former legal counsel for Hu Chunhua in the Inner Mongolia provincial government, who has left China, is now living in Europe, he dropped a bombshell. He posted on X, saying that CCP's Air Force Lieutenant General Qiao Xiangji, who is currently the deputy commander.
So as soon as I listened to some videos from this woman's channel trying to figure out how much I can trust her and how valuable this information is, then of course YouTube feeds me more similar videos in its algorithm. And then when I try to look up this information through a search of Apple News Plus, I find various non-prestigious outlets saying similar things, that Xi has lost power in China and is apparently being replaced by a more pragmatic faction, which sounds like a good thing, right? Here's another similar video.
This was Xi Jinping in 2018. He's got a North Korean-esque portrayal by the Chinese state media. The shades. And the next thing here, he walks with Zhang Youxia, which is the vice chair of the military. And at this point, you might think that this is 2018. Xi Jinping has concentrated all the power into his own hands, and he is untouchable. And you'll be right. Yet fast forward to 2025, there is now rumors flying that Xi Jinping may be losing his power. And is that even possible? I've made a few videos on this already, but I thought we need to do a very concentrated, very solid video explaining just the inner workings of the party to understand why it's actually possible. The reason Xi Jinping could maintain his power throughout 2022 into now through this third term, which is actually unprecedented.
So somebody once described my blogging as just throwing crap against the wall and seeing what sticks. So I am just going to bulldoze you with video after video speculating that Xi Jinping has lost power, and then promote this to you as evidence that I have cutting edge insights that the elite news media do not.
Because most CCP leaders only do 2 terms or about 10 years, is because he had done exactly that. He concentrated all of the powers onto himself. Now, previously there were many rumors that suggested CCP leadership had either passed away, or that maybe like in 2022 that Xi Jinping wouldn't be re-elected. These were actually quite groundless in the sense that anyone that really knew what was going on in the CCP didn't believe them. But this time something is very different, because the key factor here is his health. This is a photo from August of 2024 during a meeting by Xi Jinping with the Vietnamese not the CCP, but the Vietnamese Communist Party General Secretary To Lam. And you see behind here in the neck part, there's a 90-degree angle sharp cut on his hairline, which is very abnormal for a barber to do that if you're the leader's barber. But that line suggested that he might have suffered a stroke and he went through surgery. So let's talk about the timeline. August 2024, stroke, and then fast forward to December 2024, rumors about his...
Okay, so do you think that there's something to this, guys? A YouTube channel called British Thought Leaders with 13,000 subscribers is saying the same thing.
Lieutenant or confidant in the military were purged, including 3 members in the so-called Central Military Committee, and all the admirals and lieutenant general and so on.
I'm going to just beat you down with Chinese accented videos that are all probably promoted by the Falun Gong dissident sect out of China. I'm just going to beat you down till you recognize that you're getting a cutting edge scoop here, guys.
So forth. And then that's a very clear indicator that he's losing his, protection.
Coming up on British Thought Leaders, Alan
British
Zeng
Thought
says
Leaders
Xi
guy.
Jinping has lost.
It's just he's just trying to fix the corruptions. That's why they were moved. This is the mainstream common recognition, but that's wrong.
So when you say purged, do you mean he disappeared?
Right, because you have to understand the Communist Party, how they works. Okay, there's no system. It's not rule based. Power man, okay, take the helm.
Right.
Take the top position, and that position has to be protected by military power.
Yeah.
So in their philosophy is this famous saying is political power comes out of the barrel of a gun. I don't know whether you heard about that.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So when he purged all his loyal lieutenant or confidant in the military were purged, including 3 members in the so-called Central Military Committee, and all the admirals and lieutenant general and so on and so forth. And then that's a very clear indicator that he's losing his protection.
Right.
The second thing is the press exposure and the placement. You may or may not understand this, but indeed in the state-run media, especially those like People's Daily or the CCTV, the times of exposure of a certain political figure, as well as the placement of it, even the length of the video, 4 seconds versus 5 seconds, are strictly regulated. Okay, however high you are, however well you are treated. So for the people who understand that,
come on, guys, I keep playing you videos of people with Chinese accents. Surely they better understand what's going on in China than those of us who don't speak Chinese, right?
the work of the party. They know how to
The YouTube algorithm can't be wrong, right?
read the leaf of the tea.
Right.
And then over the course of 1 year and a half, okay, his exposure and
Right. This is why we gather together on Sunday mornings to read the what did he say? Something about the root of the tea leaf? I typically wake up about every hour Saturday nights because I'm so excited to do the big Sunday morning, prestige deep thought live stream show.
placement has been going down, not just disappear, has been gradually reduced in a predictable way. Okay, that cannot be coincidental. The third thing is the policy. The policy has been taking a turn. Each top leader of the CCP has their own so-called their style, their policy, their so-called signature slogan. Okay, for example, for the Jiang Zemin, his signature slogan is so-called 3 representations or 3 representatives. And for the Hu Jintao, the predecessor of the.
So you're going to be pleasantly surprised to find out that I've added to my rules for life. And one of my new rules for life is use abductive reasoning. And so what the hell is abductive reasoning? I wanted the best explanation, so I went to Grok. So it's a form of logical inference that seeks the most likely explanation for a set of observations. So your car won't start, the dashboard lights are dim, possible explanation, the battery is dead. Right? It's the simplest and most plausible explanation. That's usually my experience. So you observe something surprising, you observe something for which you don't have an explanation. You then identify various hypotheses that could explain what you're seeing, and then you select the hypothesis that best fits your observations. Usually the hypothesis will have simplicity, coherence, and tap into prior knowledge. So abductive reasoning is valuable in situations where complete information is unavailable, which is pretty much how reality works. Now, obviously there's no method of reasoning that is always correct, but here's another application of abductive reasoning to explain something that is otherwise defying conventional explanation. So why did Israel and then the United States attack Iran recently? So the explanation from Israel and from Donald Trump is that Iran was about to go nuclear, that Iran was about to assemble a nuclear weapon. But people with expertise in this area said that there was no evidence that Iran was pursuing a nuclear weapon. It just wanted to go up to the place where the next step would be pursuing a nuclear weapon. So using abductive reasoning then, what's the real reason that Israel attacked Iran and then the United States joined in, right? It wasn't the reason that was stated because, number one, people rarely say what they mean and they rarely mean what they say. So just because Israel says something and just because Donald Trump says something does not mean that that is what is true, right? Abductive reasoning would lead you to understand that the primary reason for the Israeli-US attack on Iran was that it was an attempt to weaken Iran's stature, to degrade Iran, to cripple its military, to cripple its nuclear infrastructure, to reduce its regional influence, and to deter Iran from aggressing against the United States and Israel in the future. So Israel had prior success against numerous Iranian proxies, such as Hamas, Hezbollah, maybe some success against Houthis. And so there was a golden opportunity for a broader campaign to take down the Iranian state a peg or two. And so these attacks killed key Iranian military leaders, key scientists, right? Killed those with command and control and nuclear expertise. And Iran was at its weakest in decades. And so this was the easiest time for Israel and the United States to assert dominance. So that makes sense to me. That makes more sense than any other explanation. This was an attempt to reduce the power, and power means danger, right? If you have an enemy that's powerful, right, that enemy is far more dangerous to you than an enemy that has reduced power. And so Israel hit all sorts of civilian infrastructure as well to perhaps try to socialize the war, to pressure the regime. And I'll admit it, on the face of it, I see absolutely no empirical evidence of regime change in Iran, of regime change in China, or of regime change in Russia as a result or a consequence or an accompaniment to this 12-day war. But I want to pick up on a concept that I heard from Mark Halperin, the spidey sense. So I don't watch superhero movies, but apparently this comes from Superman movies where Superman just gets a sense of things. And I do recognize that there are all sorts of things that shape our decisions that do not come primarily from our brain, but come from other parts of our body, and often our emotions and our tacit understanding of things is superior to our thought through mental work. And so my spidey sense is that this 12-day war is much more likely to precipitate regime change in Iran, Russia, and China than I can find any empirical basis for. So I don't believe that, just because there is reasoning outside the brain that is valuable, therefore you don't have to use your brain anymore. Right? I want to try to combine the best of my intuition with the best of the available evidence.
Of the Xi Jinping is called science-based development.
Right.
And then which is based upon three things: make decision based upon science, based upon laws, and based upon democracy. Okay, that's a taboo actually in Xi Jinping time. When Xi Jinping first came in power, he started to consolidate his power, right? And finally, he changed the party charter, saying that he can continue taking the position until indefinite time. So he would never talk about making a decision by but the democracy based on democracy or rule or laws or science. Okay, and then that's.
So almost no experts predicted that Donald Trump would win the presidency in 2016. Now, that doesn't mean you automatically dismiss the experts, but the numerous examples where the experts didn't get it right does mean that you don't give the sole discretion to understand the world around you to the hand of the ostensible experts. So some of expertise is simply being expert in the social prestige of being named an expert. And usually an expert is someone whom other experts recognizes as an expert. So there are all sorts of incentives to do things other than tell the truth if you want to become an expert. Just as there are incentives for lone wolf live streamers, bloggers, pundits, social media theorizers to traffic in conspiracy theories, because if you simply tell people what the conventional wisdom suggests, then you're not presenting any value add. So there are incentives away from the truth, both for dissidents and for the people on top. So Spidey sense, right? That's inspired by Spider-Man's ability to sense danger. And we do often have subconscious perception of patterns and possibilities that are not conscious for us, right? Our brain will pick up on all sorts of subtle cues, combine them with past experiences, incomplete information, and form hunches that our rational cognitive facilities cannot assemble on their own, right? Our brain exercises pattern recognition, and you need to be very careful about pronouncing on your pattern recognition publicly, because often it's racist and you don't want to be racist. We operate with heuristics, right? These are mental shortcuts because waiting for full information or doing all the work necessary to make the most accurate decision is just too tiring. We simply don't have enough mental resources or time to do all the work, and so we rely on mental shortcuts, otherwise known as heuristics. We also rely on emotional cues, right? So anxiety or excitement about global instability might amplify one's sense that something big is coming. And when you have incomplete information, which we normally do about dictatorial regimes such as China, Russia, and Iran, right, your brain will naturally tend to fill in the gaps with speculation. And this speculation will often lead towards the more high impact scenarios. So Israel attacked Iran, and it's not bizarre to think this might destabilize the Iranian regime. It might realign the balance of power in the regime. So trade will realign the balance of power. Reality is constantly realigning the balance of power. A successful military strike will realign the balance of power. And so Russia has lost out on two key allies in the Middle East, right? Syria's Russia-friendly regime led by Assad was conquered, and now Russia's Iranian regime has been diminished, right? So there may be all sorts of risks here to Russia, and we might be picking up on various historical precedents, right? Remember the Soviet Union's disastrous Afghan war and how that contributed to internal stress within the Soviet Union and contributed to the decline and fall of the Soviet Union. So Iran now looks more fragile than it has been for 56 years. Right, this significant setback might embolden internal opposition or groups on the margins of Iran seizing their own power. Right, it's not bizarre to think that Iran's theocratic regime is brittle. Right, Russia's regime faces strain from the Ukraine war, sanctions, and internal dissent. So a loss of allies such as Syria and Iran might contribute to destabilizing Russia. And China's regime, right, is grappling with an economic slowdown and the challenge of trying to control 1.4 billion citizens. right? So there might be some patterns going on here that my rational brain can find no evidence for. Now, at the same time, we all have cognitive biases. We tend to overestimate the likelihood of rare, dramatic, high-impact events such as regime change because they're more, attention-grabbing than gradual change, right? We may be drawn to the drama of regime collapse over the more likely scenarios of incremental pressure or adaptation. And then there's very little evidence right now empirically for regime change in any of these countries. So Grok says to align your intuitions with reality, cross-check with data, monitor information sources, question your narratives, and look to historical analogies. Okay. Thanks for that. What else do we have here? All right, what is Israel's endgame for Iran?
PJAK, a Kurdish militant group entrenched in Iran's northwest, issued a statement urging ethnic Kurds to take up arms against the government. The language was careful, emphasizing freedom and self-determination, but the subtext was clear. Iran is vulnerable, and its outer provinces know it. PJAK operates in Iran's Kurdistan and Kermanshah provinces, where ethnic Kurds make up the majority. Both regions have been heavily targeted by Israeli airstrikes, but these weren't nuclear facilities or missile bases. They were local command posts, intelligence hubs, and barracks. Assets.
Okay, question from the chat. Do I use a voice processor? So yes, I do. And I actually have three. I've got a Focusrite. I've got the 286 microamp. Some processor. All right, so I ended up spending $500 on a sound consultation. So I was listening to someone make suggestions how to get the best quality sound, and he offered a $500 consultation. So essentially went with what he said. So these are two forms of hardware that I just described. Then I added a third type of hardware which organizes power distribution so that there's not a power surge. And then I use the software on Streamlabs, and I boost up the gain, and I use a noise, something to stop background noise, because I have an air conditioner like blowing full bore just 3 feet from me. So I'm doing everything that I can to give you the highest quality audio experience. So I think I'm operating with a gain of something like 12 or 15 just on Streamlabs. And then there's a gain functioning as well on the type of hardware that I operated on. Did you read David Foster Wallace's essay on talk radio? He sat in on a particular talk radio host, and he described all the different things that KFI, a big Los Angeles talk radio station, does to process and modulate and improve the quality of their hosts, the voice quality of the host. And I also took 10 $250 each voice lessons to improve the power of my projection.
Such as these pose no direct threat to Israel, but they are vital for Tehran's control over its outer regions. Without them, the state's hold on restive populations would weaken. But the Kurds...
So I also have 4 lights shining on me right now. This is, you probably think, oh, that is the light from the kingdom of heaven, or this is an internal light that Guru Luke is generating through his pursuit of holiness and truth. But the truth is, it's 4 external lights, not counting the light in my room, just the ordinary light in my room. One of the things I noticed when I moved from Australia to America is that it seems like the internal lighting is much worse here, and you can't really rely on conventional room lights to have good reading light, so you have to buy lamps and stuff. But no, it's not my own spiritual qualities. It's not the force of my charisma that is bestowing such powerful and complementary light upon me right now. It comes from external sources.
Aren't the only ethnic minority in Iran, far from it. Persians account for just 55 to 60% of the population. The rest is a patchwork of Arabs, Balochis, Lurs, Turkmens, Azerbaijanis, and others.
So what do you guys think of Caspian Report? They have 1.77 million subscribers. So 1.77 million subscribers can't be wrong, right?
Most of these groups live along the country's outer rim, where state control has always been at its weakest.
Right, so why did the Roman Empire fall? Using economic terminology, various provinces of the Roman Empire stopped being part of the Roman Empire when the value add on the margins of being a member of the Roman Empire was exceeded by the value of leaving the Roman Empire. And so it may well be that there are portions of the current state of Iran where the value add of leaving Iran, right, exceeds the value of staying as part of Iran.
For context, Iran's rugged mountainous terrain makes it difficult to fully assimilate its diverse cultures and peoples. The geographic peaks create isolated pockets where communities cling to their distinct languages, traditions, and identities. The clustering of ethnic groups in distinct regions persistently fuels calls for autonomy and even secessionism. While Iran once granted autonomy to these groups, the centralization of power in Tehran during the early 20th century gradually eroded those political freedoms. Over time, this centralization drove Iran's transformation.
So the Iranian regime is much more Islamic than it is Persian. And when the mullahs took power in Iran, they tried to suppress Persian nationalism, just as when the communists took power in the Soviet Union, they tried to suppress various forms of ethnic nationalism. Then World War II struck, and Stalin saw that he needed help, and so he started encouraging various expressions of nationalism. And the mullahs in Iran had to come around to allowing the observance of various Persian rituals, including the celebration of Persian New Year, because the people of Iran are more Iranian and Persian than they are Muslim. It's just that the mullahs and their regime ruling Iran are just very effective, in large part because they are willing to go to such drastic ends. So if you have a relative small group that is willing to go to greater ends and to sacrifice and is more cohesive than the majority, then you can have rule by a minority. And so you see this particularly in Islamic life, where the most extreme are willing to make the most extreme sacrifices, while the more conventional and moderate of those in Islam are simply lacking the strength, the dedication, the coherence, cohesiveness, social trust, the willingness to sacrifice that those who go to greater lengths will go to. So yeah, there are moderate Muslims. It's just that they have no power because they're not willing to sacrifice, and they're not nearly as effective as the more intense expressions of Islam.
Formation into an increasingly authoritarian state. And so, Tehran has long struggled with repeated calls for autonomy and independence from its ethnic minorities. During the 1979 Islamic Revolution,
the Soviet Union struggled with its ethnic minorities, and there is a book that Otto Pohl introduced me to about Soviet Union, something like the first affirmative action empire.
For example, Kurds, Turkmens, and Arabs tried to break away from Iran, while Azerbaijanis pushed for more self-rule. Even though these movements were crushed, they revealed just how fragile Iran's ethnic unity really is. Israel is playing into that vulnerability. In addition to the Kermanshah and Kurdistan provinces, Israeli jets have targeted Khuzestan, which is predominantly ethnic Arab. Missiles landed near Avaz, Mashahar, and key roads, hammering military staging points and security compounds. These areas...
Okay, main question for today, right? Is there significant evidence that Xi Jinping is being pushed out, or is just losing on a relative basis to rivals in China, right? Who's the real boss in China? If General Zhang Youxia, I'm mispronouncing that, is now effectively the leader of China, right? What does that mean for the rest of the world and for America? right? And my hypothesis that I am laying before you in a humble and truth-seeking motivation is that the current dictator of China, Xi Jinping, is being pushed out of power, and that the ostensible leader of China is not necessarily the real leader of China, because this hypothesis provides a more plausible, unified explanation for his absence, for the purges of his various allies, for all sorts of economic contradictions in the current Chinese regime, various factional resurgences, and seems to explain power shifts. So the bloke who seems to be in power, right, is a general, right? Here we go.
Of the Southern Theater Command, and the commander of the Southern Theater Air Force was taken away by military's Disciplinary Inspection Commission during a meeting at the Southern Theater Air Force Base. It was said that the scene where he was taken away was terrifying, and General Chao was said to be scared out of his wits, and everyone present was stunned. So why was he so frightened? Well, because General Chao, is closely tied to Xu Qiliang, the former vice chairman of the Central Military Commission, who recently died under suspicious circumstances. If you remember my previous programs, I had said that there were rumors that General Xu had grown extremely.
So she's been on this kick for about a month. And so is she onto something real?
Anxious before his arrest. And some said that he had a mental breakdown and took his own life, although other people said that he died in unnatural circumstances. But anyways, the two are linked. So General Chao and General Xu, or the late General Xu, are close. But before that, I should say that the massive military purge led by Zhang Youxia has now penetrated deep into the Air Force, because the removal of...
So one explanation for Xi Jinping's decline in power is the lack of competence by the militaries. So Xi Jinping chose generals who were close to him, who were friendly to him, and he didn't necessarily choose generals on the basis of competence. And so the obvious lack of competence by the Chinese military seems to be a key reason for the possible downfall of Xi Jinping.
General Chao appears to be targeting the last remnants of Xu Qiliang's faction, those who may have been involved in helping Xi Jinping stage a comeback and failed. And that's likely why General Chao nearly had a mental breakdown when he was taken. Now, let's talk about the influence of Xu Qiliang. Xu Qiliang spent his career in the Air Force. He served as Air Force commander, before becoming the vice chairman of the CMC in 2012. And he wielded significant influence over Air Force personnel and promotions. So after he rose to the top and assisted Xi Jinping with sweeping military reforms, the recently detained General Chao, his career took off. So in 2017, he became Assistant Chief of Staff of the Air Force, and then Chief of Staff in 2018, and later Commander of the Southern Theater Air Force. And then...
Okay, I don't know what to make of all that, but I do know what to make of this Caspian report, and it does ring true to me. Right, Israel has some plans for Iran that are not friendly to the mullahs.
Have seen repeated protests over discrimination, detentions, and water shortages. The Israeli strikes could now further inflame those tensions. More Israeli attacks have been recorded in the East and West Azerbaijan provinces, which are home to much of Iran's ethnic Azerbaijani population. As the country's largest ethnic minority, Azerbaijanis have played a key role in Iran's civil service, both historically and in the present. Nearly all of Iran's revolutions in the 20th century started in the Azerbaijani provinces before spreading to Tehran. And since the start of...
That's interesting, right? Did you know that all of Iran's revolutions began in the Azerbaijani provinces? And so perhaps, right, when you're out on the outskirts of a country, it is easier to assemble a revolutionary team than if you're right in the heart of power.
The war, Israel has repeatedly concentrated firepower on military assets in both provinces. Airstrikes near the Tabriz airport suggest the attacks are not just military, but political. 3.
So the Enforcer channel was talking about gunfire in Tehran. The internet went down in Tehran yesterday. They were speculating, is this a coup d'etat that's going on in Tehran right now?
Distinct regions, 3 distinct fault lines, and 1 clear pattern. Just to be clear, this video is an analysis of Israel's strategy, not an endorsement of it. We don't advocate for separatism or the breakup of Iran. This is simply a reading of how Israel sees the board, and in its playbook, internal fractures aren't accidents, they're openings.
Right, so the weaker your rival, the more secure you're going to be. And just as England has long had relations with the European continent where it was constantly seeking to weaken its most formidable rivals, right? That's the same way that Israel has related to its most formidable rivals. Why does Israel embrace the Kurds, right? It's not just out of empathy and kindness, right? Because the stronger the Kurds are, the weaker the various states are that contain large Kurdish populations.
Israel has invested so much in dismantling Iran's capabilities that it can't back down now, not even with the ceasefire in effect. While its jets hammered the outer rim, a quieter, more targeted campaign was underway, one aimed at the internal architecture of power, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The IRGC is not a typical military body, it's a parallel state. Formed after the 1979 revolution, it reports not to the government.
Okay, this thesis then. What is Israel's endgame for Iran? Israel would really like a change in regime. Now, the thing that I worried about most during the Israel-Iran conflict a few weeks ago was that China would massively resupply Iran with weapons, including nuclear weapons, or that North Korea would do it. And I was very pleasantly surprised to find out that Russia and China and North Korea effectively abandoned Iran during this conflict. So why?
It's one of the West's greatest geostrategic nightmares. The emergence of the so-called axis of upheaval was meant to change everything, comprising China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. This slowly coalescing bloc of anti-Western, authoritarian regimes spent much of the...
Right, the less cohesive your enemies, right, the less effective they are. The less cohesive your allies, right, the less cohesive your alliances, the less cohesive and trusting your society, right, the weaker it is.
Early 2020s growing ever closer. Spurred on by the war in Ukraine, their alignments, at least from the outside, seemed to signal a dangerous new force to rival the American-led order. But notice our head...
So the danger, once I came to my spidey sense with some clarity that maybe this war on Iran will weaken and destabilize the Iranian, the Russian, and the Chinese regime, and I started listening to videos making similar points, then of course the YouTube algorithm just sends me more and more similar videos.
The of the words there in that last segment seemed to signal, meant to change everything. Because the worry about the axis of upheaval was always that its component parts would back one another. That, with their presence in Asia, Europe, and the Middle East, Tehran, Moscow,
Is there any more cohering force than hatred of a third party? I mean, that really brings people together, the sharing of gossip about a third party. So on the face of it, a decidedly atheist regime like Russia's or like China's, you wouldn't think that they'd have much in common with the mullahs in Iran. But really, the dominant thing that these nation states have in common is a shared distrust, even loathing of the United States and the American-led global order.
Beijing and Pyongyang would be able to escalate any regional conflict into World War III. Well, now that regional conflict has happened. On the 13th of June, Israel launched audacious strikes on Iran's nuclear program and leadership. Days later, America joined the fray, directly bombing the Islamic Republic. And in the face of this unprovoked attack on one of their members, the axis of upheaval did nothing. As in, absolutely nothing. Sure, there was some stern words condemning the attacks, but other than that, Moscow, Beijing, and Pyongyang effectively just whistles and looked the other way as American and Israeli bombs devastated their close partner. Now, some watching this will already be raising objections. Hello there. After all, none of the three capitals had a mutual defense pact with Tehran. None of them were in a formal military alliance with the Islamic Republic. So aren't we overselling the concept of this axis somewhat? To which...
So one of America's great advantages over China and Russia is America's alliance systems. China and Russia don't tend to form the same sort of alliances that the United States does, right? China is not out in the world guaranteeing the security of various nation states and saying, oh, we will go to war on your behalf. And it's not something that Russia does very much of either. While the United States casts its protective nuclear umbrella over its closest allies, such as Japan and Australia.
Well, we can only say, go look at the rhetoric that was coming from these capitals just months ago. Look at the ways Tehran was helping in their hours of need. Look, too, at the clear...
Pretty shocking that the rhetoric of countries and of diplomatic announcers doesn't exactly match that of reality.
...expectation on the Iranian side. And then tell us that the Ayatollah isn't right now angrily sticking pins into voodoo dolls of Putin, Xi and Kim. Because... after all, it was only in January that Russia and Iran signaled a new strategic partnership amid much fanfare. A partnership that may not have included a mutual defense clause, but was clearly meant to signal a growing bond between the two nations. One that, when crunch time came, turned out to be as strong and eternal as two teenage girls earnestly swearing to be BFFs for life. The question we're going to try and answer today is, well, why? Why did Russia...
So I noticed a lot of interracial friendships among kids that don't seem to last beyond about age 16 to 18. Right? A lot of 8, 9, 10-year-olds will be best friends with someone of a completely different race, but it doesn't seem to last beyond about age 16.
China and North Korea all failed to provide any meaningful assistance in Iran's hour of need. And to figure it out, we're going to tackle them one at a time, starting with the country that signed the strategic partnership in January, Russia. From the Iranian perspective, you can see why Tehran might have hoped Moscow would step in on its behalf. Ever since Russian aircraft began bombing Syrian cities into rubble in 2015, the Kremlin and the Islamic Republic have been working together to expand their influence. Initially, their shared goal was to keep Bashar al-Assad in power in Syria. But once Russian armor rolled over the border into Ukraine, their partnership moved to a whole other level. With Moscow's forces today slowly grinding forwards in Donbass, it could be...
Well, China hasn't done that much to arm Russia, right? It's been quite modest.
Easy to forget just what a catastrophe the initial months of the invasion were for the Kremlin. Caught off guard by stiff Ukrainian resistance, Russia was reduced to begging its friends for help. Iran would be among the first to acquiesce. First turning up in summer of 2022, Iranian Shahed drones have since become a fixture of the war, causing death and destruction in cities across Ukraine. So useful have they been that the Kremlin has now started manufacturing them itself, turning out 2,700 Shaheds a month. But Tehran didn't just prop up the Kremlin's war effort with thousands of drones. The Islamic Republic also provided artillery ammunition and may even have sent ballistic missiles. Coming at Russia's greatest point of weakness in the war, these Iranian supplies were crucial. While we wouldn't go so far as to say that they were the only thing keeping Moscow in the fight, they absolutely didn't hurt, did they? Now look, none of these weapons came free.
So one of the Substacks that I subscribe to, probably 20 in all, but one of them that I pay quite a bit of attention to is by a dissident thinker, philosopher named Michael Huemer. And his latest Substack post is The Right Anarchy, and he makes the case for why anarcho-capitalism beats anarcho-socialism. My greatest fear is anarchy. My greatest fear is disorder. And this makes me a member of the traditional right. So I am much more of a Hobbesian than a Lockean, right? Because I have this fear that human nature naturally tends towards the destructive. And so you need a strong central government to keep people in check. So I agree with the maxim, I think, in the Mishnaic tractate Ethics of the Fathers, where it states that Jews should pray for the welfare of the government, because without it, right, men will swallow each other alive. And so Thomas Hobbes wrote perhaps the most influential work of political philosophy, certainly in the West, called The Leviathan. And he wrote this and published this in the 17th century. And he says because in the state of nature, life is nasty, brutish, and short, right? We need a Leviathan. We need a government with enormous power to keep people in check. Now, John Locke, one of the founders of classical liberalism and one of the philosophers who inspired the Declaration of Independence and the American Constitution, he had a much more benign view of the state of nature. He says, the state of nature, right, the natural state where we find ourselves with our fellow man, it provides all these enormous opportunities for making contracts and just follow the non-aggression principle and look for your common interests. And so I'm not a capital supremacist, right? To me, the national interest is more important than the interests of capital, right? The survival of the nation state, the safety, the security, and the dignity of our fellow citizens is more important to me than the interests of shareholder capitalism, than the interests of billionaires, right? The supremacy of shareholder capitalism, for example, has allowed Apple to not just make enormous profits, but to build up America's greatest geostrategic rival, China. And Apple has helped to train over 25 million Chinese and made China a much more formidable adversary. And there is no conventional economic model that takes into consideration the balance of power between nation states. There's always one state that has more power in the balance of power and another state that has less power after trade. So conventional economic models say, free trade, that's just great for everyone, but it's not equally great for everyone. And when one state becomes much stronger, right, that then threatens the safety and welfare of other states. So I want a Leviathan, right? I want an effective state, and I want an effective state that smashes groups that stand in the way of the national interest, be those groups billionaires or environmentalists or race hustlers or labor unions. So overall, I admire the ruthlessness of the current Trump administration, while simultaneously I have recognized the dangers in this ruthlessness. I recognize the concern and the fear of tens of millions of our fellow Americans. I fear a lack of competence, right? I fear that this Trump administration is simultaneously ruthless and at times incompetent. But overall, the national interest is more important to me than individual rights, human rights, and classical liberalism. So I stand with Thomas Hobbes. We need a government to be a Leviathan to protect us in a dangerous world, over the worldview of John Locke, where the state of nature encourages us to make nonviolent contracts with each other. So the more negative your view of human nature, right, the more likely you are to be a Hobbesian. I am a Hobbesian. The more optimistic your view of human nature, the more likely you are to be a Lockean. So Hobbes said, without a Leviathan, without a powerful government, society will descend into a war of all against all. And individual rights and contracts that were the focus of John Locke would become meaningless due to insecurity and distrust, right? A contract doesn't necessarily mean that much if you don't have government force backing it up. And so I was just looking on Apple News Plus, which I spend $13 a month, and one of the top articles was on how kids are using deepfakes on each other, but the law hasn't caught up. But the primary thing that regulates us is not the law, right? The primary thing that regulates us is the amount of connection that we have with other people, right? We, if we're sane, we don't want to burn bridges with others. And so law is often a last resort, right? Law should not be the first resort in regulating behavior. You want people to feel a sense of cohesion and trust and connection with each other, and that should be the primary block to engaging in antisocial behavior. So John Locke and classical liberalism, they have a more optimistic view on human nature. They see the world as a place where humans can just form rational contracts to protect their rights, and the government serves as a limited referee. I see a much more dangerous world. So if you have a state-centric approach, so I don't believe in so much a clash of civilizations, right? I look at the world through the prism of nation states, right? I believe that a nation state should prioritize its security and its national interests, even if these, God forbid, come at the expense of individual rights and human rights and international cooperation. John Locke's ideas are all about liberal democratic ideals, universal human rights, multilateral agreements. The rise of the great powers, right, particularly right now between the US, China, Russia, right, they demonstrate a Hobbesian world where states act as leviathans to secure their survival. So China has a centralized government under the Communist Party. Russia has a centralized government under Vladimir Putin. Both of these states emphasize national stability and economic dominance, and they are quite willing to suppress individual freedoms and censor free speech in the service of national interests. Right? Russia's actions in Ukraine reflect a Hobbesian pursuit of territorial security and influence, and they are disregarding the individual rights of Ukrainians. So from the perspective of a Hobbesian, you need a strong sovereign, a strong government to prevent chaos. And so in a dangerous world of competing powers, if we are indeed locked in an iron cage together, as I believe, right, national interests such as territorial integrity, economic strength, the dignity of your fellow citizens, even if they have IQs below 100, having a strong military, this takes precedence over the nonviolence principle that libertarians are in love with. Right? There's no supranational authority. So we live in an anarchic world, and an anarchic world is a dangerous world. And my deepest fear is anarchy, disorder.
And Iran received good cash from a desperate Kremlin. Still, you can see why the Iranians might have expected some gratitude. As Iran researcher Manaz Sharali noted to ABC, quote, "Russia has never truly helped Iran. On the contrary, the Islamic Republic has helped Russia a great deal, providing them with missiles and drones." More to the point, if the so-called axis of upheaval really were the geopolitical bogeyman 1,000 think pieces have made it out to be, we would have seen far greater cooperation between the two. Yet even before the war blew up with Israel, Russia was giving Iran the cold shoulder. Back in November 2023, Iran, likely sensing that war with Israel was coming, asked Moscow to supply it with everything from additional S-400 air defense systems to Mi-28 attack helicopters and Sukhoi Su-35 jet fighters.
So because Iran's not getting any help of significance from Russia, China, and North Korea, Iran is not really threatening America right now. Instead, you have Iranian officials saying, we're not attacking America. That's not on.
Nikita Smagin, an expert on Russia-Iran relations, told the New York Times what happened next, quoting him. "Iran has been asking Russia for weapons for the last few years. It has been asking for aircraft. It has been asking for air defense systems. Russia has given practically nothing." End quote. Now, importantly, this included the period following Israel's destruction of Iran's pre-existing air defenses last year. As the Wall Street Journal notes, quoting, "In the months that followed, Russia was either unable or unwilling to replace them." The journal also claims that the only jets Moscow ever supplied Tehran with were Yak-130 training jets. Reason? Diplomatic pressure from the Gulf states, which didn't want Iran buying anything more advanced. And it's here we start to see the outlines of Russia's foreign policy regarding the Axis, the one that has doomed so many of the Kremlin's allies to disappointment. For all his talk about mutual interests, the reality is that Vladimir Putin's approach to alliances is purely transactional. Just look at some of the most prominent Russian allies who were left in the lurch in recent years. In 2023, Azerbaijan's forces overran the ethnically Armenian enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh despite the presence of Russian peacekeepers who Vladimir Putin had personally said would guarantee the safety of the Karabakhis. In skirmishes the year before, Azerbaijan shelled across the border into Armenia itself, yet Moscow took no action despite having a mutual defense treaty with Yerevan. In that case, the Kremlin tried to spin it as just rewards for Armenia flirting with the West. But Yerevan only started looking to France and America when it became clear that Russia couldn't or wouldn't defend it. Things were even more disappointing for Bashar al-Assad when a coalition of rebel groups marched on Damascus in late 2024.
All right, here's a video arguing that America's show of force in Iran scared Putin.
The US bombed Iran into oblivion. Took out a trio of Iran's most important nuclear sites. That was good news for Russian President Vladimir Putin, in a sense. The US focusing on Iran meant that President Donald Trump's attention was pulled away from the Ukraine war. No US attention meant Putin could continue his war of attrition without worrying about calls for peace. That's changed. Trump is now demanding an end to the Ukraine war after the US success in Iran. The question now is whether that peace has any chance of happening. Between June 24th and 25th, the leaders of NATO nations met for a summit in The Hague. Trump was among the many who took part in the event, and he had some interesting things to say, both about the US's role in NATO and Putin. Speaking for Times Radio's Frontline show, former British military intelligence officer Philip Ingram examined those comments and came to several interesting conclusions about how Trump now views the Ukraine war. First, the comments themselves. When quizzed about the US approach to Article 5, Trump went on a slightly rambling discourse that took in both Article 5 and the Ukraine war. For context, Article 5 is essentially NATO's one for all and all for one rule. It states that if any NATO member is attacked on its own territory, the rest of NATO is duty-bound to come to that ally's defense. It's rarely triggered, with the only time it's been used being in the wake of the terrorist attacks on the US on September 11, 2001. Trump has been quizzed about it because his NATO allies are worried about whether he'll follow Article 5 if Putin attacks a NATO ally. The US president's response hopefully put those concerns to bed and may have sent a message to Putin. I stand with it. That's why I'm here. If I didn't stand with it, I wouldn't be here, Trump told reporters. Trump then segued into the US bombing of Iran during
Right, so this same channel says that the war in Iran will completely cripple Russia.
The war in Iran has the potential to completely cripple Russia. There are several aspects of the conflict that directly threaten Russia's place on the world stage, economically, geopolitically, militarily, and even demographically. In addition,
Right, so once I came up with the idea, oh, maybe this Iran war will destabilize not just Iran, but Russia and China, and started listening to videos making that point, then YouTube kept sending me these videos.
Increased US involvement, President Donald Trump has all but declared war on Iran, means that Russia is now in a more precarious position than ever before. Let's go through a few of the most critical aspects the Russian war machine stands to lose from the continuing bombings of Iran. In the first place, no real surprise, is the fact that Iran has been a steady supplier of drones to Russia. You see, as soon as Ukraine managed to repel the initial invasion within the first few weeks following the assault on Kyiv, the war devolved into one of attrition. Russia was more than willing to throw men and its old equipment into the fire and hope for the best, but another weapon proved to be
So one prism that is often useful in life is recognizing that big doors often swing on small hinges. And just a tiny change in one area, right? The fluttering of a butterfly's wings on one side of the world can precipitate enormous change on the other side of the world.
far more effective at the job, drones. And Russia's drone capabilities ended up pathetically inadequate compared to Ukraine's rapidly expanding fleet. Moscow was bleeding conventional missiles and precision-guided
Right, lack of competence is why you want to build a society that rewards competence and punishes anti-social choices.
munitions at an unsustainable rate. This led to drones becoming one of Iran's greatest exports. Let's delve into some numbers. Between September 2022 and September 2024, Russia launched over 8,000.
So here's another woman that I found, another international relations expert, Rebecca Koppler. She, I think, was born in the Soviet Empire. And here she is talking about Trump's trade war, a strategic overview from 2 months
also
ago.
Prescription drugs, such as penicillin, and life-saving medical devices, and not only masks, not only gloves, and things of that nature.
Right, so there's a growing cottage industry of experts making the rational empirical case for Donald Trump's seemingly bizarre policies.
But we're talking respirators, we're talking blood pressure monitors, syringes, but most importantly, like life-saving devices such as respirators and a whole series of others. Next one is our military-industrial complex. Is basically our dependence is a crisis at this point.
Right, rare earths aren't rare, but China has gained a monopoly on rare earths because China is much more blasé about the vast amount of environmental damage that typically comes with rare earth mining. So now the US is trying to gain access to its own rare earths through forming deals with Ukraine and encouraging the development of rare earth mining within America, but we're still probably a couple of years away from not having to depend on China for rare earths.
Because we are reliant on China's critical minerals, which go into practically every military application and every weapon system, including top secret ones. And China understands that. And this is why a few months ago, they actually announced a ban on the imports of several rare critical minerals and rare earth minerals. These are two different categories. One is the subset of the other. Again, you can read about it in the article. And so that's why President Trump is trying to conclude, and we do have our own.
So it's a lot easier to believe that Trump's desire to create more manufacturing in the United States and to make America less dependent on China and to pivot to the challenge of China, that he's right in these broad themes. And at the same time, you can think that the way he's going about this is often counterproductive.
Deposits of critical minerals and rare earth minerals, but unfortunately, the mining of those has been stifled by years and years of regulations. So President Trump is working on reversing those, and he's also working on concluding deals with Ukraine, with the Democratic Republic of Congo, potentially also with Russia, and this is why he also wants to acquire Greenland, which has one of the world's biggest deposits of rare earths, and it has larger deposits of critical minerals. So this is basically President Trump's strategy when it comes to the tariff war with China.
Right. When you hear this strategy, it's easy to nod your head and go, oh, yeah, that kind of makes sense, mate.
China. It's not what you hear on legacy media. It's all the backstory. There's a hidden rationale to Trump's strategy. And if I were to compare it to, let's say, the Chinese ancient doctrine that basically emphasizes not kinetic war, there's a Chinese ancient military strategist, Sun Tzu, who wrote a groundbreaking treatise called The Art of War. And so in The Art of War, what Sun Tzu said is the most practical way of conducting war is breaking the opponent's will to fight and win without actually fighting a war. So President Trump is basically trying to give the Chinese the taste of their own medicine. So it's not just the Trump's art of the deal, it's his art of war.
All right, so that same Sheila who introduced me to the idea that China has a new boss, she released a video 3 days ago. What they are not telling you about the US-China trade deal. So for independent live streamers and bloggers and social media commentators, right, the hook of what they're not telling you is a strong one, because if we're just repeating the conventional talking points, right, we're not adding any value. So
this past Thursday, President Trump casually dropped a bombshell. During a press event for the big, beautiful bill, he said, we signed a deal with China. And then he specifically said, this is what he said. He said, in the China deal, we are starting to open up China, things that never really could have happened. So that line, starting to open up China, caught a lot of attention. Because let's be honest, signing a trade deal with China is big enough breakthrough. But opening up China, that's the next level. Naturally, people wanted to know more. What's in the deal? What did both sides agree to? But Trump and his officials didn't offer much. The White House later confirmed that a deal was signed and said the two sides had reached additional understandings related to the Geneva framework that was from May, right, a month ago. And then two of Trump's senior officials spoke with media. His Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, told Bloomberg that this was the Geneva deal that had been stalled, and they finally signed it this week after another round of talks in London. And over on Fox, Finance Secretary Scott Bessent said the agreement would solve the rare earth bottleneck, not just for the US, but also for the entire world. But when asked about tariff levels, he dodged the question. So here's what we know. A deal has been signed. Trump says it's opening up China, but no one knows the terms.
So I've read articles in the Wall Street Journal that China has not been coming through as agreed on the rare earths.
All the media headlines, they're focusing on rare earths. So something doesn't add up. Meanwhile, the Chinese side kept silent. They didn't say anything.
Right. When the conventional media reports don't add up, when our available knowledge doesn't add up, then our mind races for a plausible explanation for what's really happening. And Another way of describing this type of reasoning is abductive reasoning, like looking for the most likely explanation for what is otherwise inscrutable.
Anything. And on Friday, when asked about the London Agreement, China's Ministry of Commerce gave a brief, vague response. And they said, upon approval, both sides have further confirmed the framework details, including reviewing export applications for controlled goods in accordance with Chinese law, whatever that means. So what's really going on? Well, here's what I want to tell you. The Trump administration has deliberately kept the deals vague and steer the public conversation toward the rare earth issue for one reason. The deal signed in London, or the deal they signed this Wednesday, is a secret framework agreement. And the reason for that secrecy? It's coming from Beijing. There's nothing in the deal that forces the United States to keep it under wraps, but the Beijing side or the CCP, especially those now working behind Xi Jinping's back or behind him, or those pulling the
Right, that Xi Jinping is no longer the big boss in China. That hypothesis seems to make China's reaction to Trump's trade war a little more understandable.
Pulling the strings from behind cannot afford to let the details come out. Not yet. The deal is simply too politically sensitive inside China. It exposes too much about what's really happening in Zhongnanhai. And I believe the secrecy was requested by...
See, it seemed that Trump really wanted to talk to Xi, and that didn't happen for a long time. And this is a plausible explanation for why.
The Chinese side, and Trump agreed, but just for a while. And here's why. This deal is a major breakthrough for the US. Trump had no reason to hide it. In fact, he couldn't resist blurting it out the very next day at the press conference. So what's actually in the deal? Well, Chinese economist, his name is Su Xiaohe, recently posted a video on YouTube saying he reached out to his sources in China because when he saw, when he heard about Trump's statement saying that an agreement was reached with China and it's going to open up China, I mean, he got curious and reached out to his sources in China, and they told him the 4 biggest points of the agreement. 3 concessions came from Beijing and 1 from Trump. So let's break them down. So let's first talk about the 3 Chinese concessions. 1, reciprocal market access. US and China.
Okay, so note in the chat, 10 means that you think this is 10 out of 10 in credibility, that this matches reality. 0 means nothing in her commentary here matches reality. So I would give her a score above 5.
Companies will get the same level of access to each other's markets. And this is what Trump meant by opening up China. So Mr. Su gave 2 powerful examples. So the first one is US companies could be listed in Chinese financial markets, just like Chinese companies list on Wall Street.
Right, this seems to be a very commonsensical American trade approach, right? You demand reciprocal market access. Why would America not pursue this?
And the second example is American platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and X could operate in China, just as TikTok operates in the US. And that's concession number 1. Concession number 2, leveling the playing field for Chinese state-owned enterprises. So Chinese SOEs will no longer get preferential treatment over private or foreign firms from their government. That means American companies in banking, telecom, and energy can potentially finally have a fair shot at the Chinese market. And number 3 is rare earth. Beijing agrees to stop using rare earth minerals as geopolitical leverage. It will ensure consistent and open exports to global markets, including the US, of course. Now, the US concession, tariffs. The United States will reduce tariffs on Chinese goods to 20%. That's a big drop from the current 55%, though it's still higher than the base rate of 10%. So now let's talk about why this is earth-shattering, especially for China. Now, given American companies' access to Chinese markets on equal terms will be a game changer. Chinese investors would flock to US companies. And in turn, Chinese firms will be forced to become more transparent, play by real rules, and compete fairly. And it shifts the balance of power in China's financial system away from party control and toward the market.
Right. If you want to get capital in China, you have to have the approval of the Chinese communist leaders. Chinese entrepreneurs have to spend a great deal of their time, even a majority of their work time, simply schmoozing and bribing those who are in power in the Communist Party.
think about it, allowing American social media platforms into China. That would break the infamous Chinese firewall. You might ask, well, won't the CCP just demand censorship? Maybe, but remember, reciprocity. If the Chinese do that, well, the US can restrict TikTok too in the US. So, and then what about the SOEs? Well, these state-backed giants have long dominated China's economy through unfair advantages.
Right,
Happy Sunday, everybody. Welcome to another episode of China Update, where we discuss leading political, economic, and geostrategic analysis on the world's number 2 economy. My name is Tony. This is a special extra weekend episode. We have several main developments we need to cover before we move into the new week. So, with that said, let's jump in. And first up, this week, a leading Beijing-based think tank has called on China to issue 30 trillion yuan, $4.2 trillion US, in bonds to address mounting hidden government debt and
Right, this is a video that went up 3 hours ago.
reignite economic momentum. The proposal, released by Tsinghua University's Academic Center for Chinese Economic Practice and Thinking, or ACCEPT for short, argues that such a large-scale debt swap could cut off financial risks at their root and stabilize long-term growth. Chief Research Fellow Liu Peilin said during a macroeconomic forum this week that while signs of economic stabilization are emerging, significant underlying threats remain, expressing, quote, "At the root of the problem is high local government debt, which has disrupted economic and..."
So Chinese public debt is something along the lines of 3 times the level of American public debt.
Financial operations. What's needed is a comprehensive package of more proactive fiscal measures. End quote. China's Ministry of Finance identified 14.3 trillion yuan in hidden local debt by the end of 2023, approximately $2 trillion US, and a 12 trillion yuan debt swap was introduced in late 2024. However, experts believe tens of trillions remain unaccounted for, held by local government financing vehicles and state-owned enterprises. The think tank argues that shifting this burden to the central government via bond issuance won't increase China's overall leverage ratio, as the debt already exists. By replacing high-interest obligations with lower-cost bonds, the plan could ease repayment stress and spur activity. In addition, the report proposes issuing another...
And China's not too happy with America's trade deal with Vietnam.
Next up, China has sharply criticized the newly announced US-Vietnam trade deal, warning it could take retaliatory measures if Beijing's economic interests are undermined. The agreement, unveiled on Wednesday of this week, cuts tariffs on Vietnamese exports to the US from a threatened 46% to 20%, but crucially maintains a 40% levy on trans-shipped goods, seen as a direct attempt to curb Chinese re-exports. This isn't surprising at all. When we covered this development on my other channel, Market Update, we said that Beijing would be very angered by it. By the way, for regular viewers of China Update who have not seen my other...
Okay, I've been watching a lot of videos from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and they did a great discussion here with a bunch of experts talking about a great new book called Apple in China, The Capture of the World's Greatest Economy by Patrick McGee. And listen to this on Audible. And the title of this video is Can Multinationals Win in China? Lessons from Apple's experience.
To me, one was just the extent to which Apple
And this woman resides, she's an American, obviously, but she resides in China.
squeezed its suppliers. And, you know, I've met with some of these Taiwanese, mostly men.
Yeah, fascinating book. One of the points that it makes is that Apple suppliers don't really make any money on supplying Apple, except they learn things that they can then apply to supply other companies, and that's where they make their profits.
Who've been, you know, put out of business by basically working with Apple. And so, but you tell that story very vividly, with a good rationale for why they, you know, the suppliers who survived nonetheless engaged with Apple, which is really that they were learning. And just, you know, slightly as a provocation, I wonder if the flip side is true, which is US companies, Scott, as you said at the top, you know, via the MChan survey and work I've also done, they want to stay engaged in China. And part of it is not just for the revenues and it's not just for the labor. It's really for learning and understanding what their competitors are doing. And now China's in a business environment where they want to get those same.
Right. You don't only learn in an abstract academic environment. You also learn from doing. And when you manufacture, that opens up learning opportunities in manufacturing that you're not going to get in an abstract, sterile academic environment.
Things too, even if China is a frequently very challenging place to do business. The other, you know, Scott, you asked me if it were to be an HBS case study, what would be the answer? And, you know, there are many, you know, any
HBS refers to Harvard Business School.
Given chapter could have been spun into a case study. But I will say, I think what's interesting now is that many companies, like the story that Patrick tells about Apple, were kind of driven by the supply chain. I'm going to call them the supply chain guys, and I know they're not all men, but the supply chain guys who were, in a world of open borders and, looking for the highest efficiency, lowest cost way of doing business. And the
Right. So Jack Welch, who was a much celebrated leader of GE, right? He told the various components of GE or threatened to fire people if they did not outsource overseas. And so the interests of capital and the interests of shareholder capitalism are often directly opposed to the interests of the nation state and its citizens. So this is where I would support more power, more ruthlessly exercised by the nation state to align the choices of shareholder capitalism with the national interest.
The world that we have going forward is just not that world, right? It's a world where businesses are going to have to get used to redundancy, actually. They're going to have to get used to supply chains that are multiplied over different geographies to access different markets. And so if
I were a weaker man, I would just be wowed by this woman's erudition and beauty. But because I'm such a strong moral figure, I'm able to stand back and to analyze what she's saying without respect to her looks, right? That is the kind of spiritual level that I'm operating at, right? I am not on some kind of low madriga, right? Low spiritual level. I'm not someone who just spends, every waking hour in the world of Gashmias, the animal, the physical, right? I spend my time in the world of Ruknias, the most elevated spiritual heights, where I'm able to transcend my animal nature.
Was that, industrial design and the manufacturing, design people who were controlling Apple in the period that you study. Many US firms now are going to a world where it's government relations and compliance people who are going to be in a lot of control within these companies. And I think that's an interesting.
So I could listen to her just talk all day. And it's not because she's beautiful, right? It's strictly on the basis of the high quality of her conversation.
An interesting transition to make. And the last thing is that, it's very interesting, the scope of what's called national security and national interest now, right? And the real reason why many people want companies like Apple to invest in the United States is really a jobs logic more than a national security logic, right? Because part of me wants to say, what does it matter, actually, that consumer electronics are primarily coming from China? I will say, I was in, malls today, and boy,
right, that is the conventional wisdom of our elites, that it doesn't matter if the United States exports poetry, potato chips, or computer chips, right? It just doesn't matter.
Those Huawei stores look mighty like that Apple store. It is very similar, but
See, a weaker man would be rendered weak at the knees here by her adorable giggle and by her smile and by her beauty. But I've done the hard work to attain these spiritual heights where I'm able to just relate to her strictly as a human being, as just a fellow soul created in the divine image.
These things aren't maybe in a narrow definition necessarily national security. Jeffrey's work, has a lot about this, and he may disagree. But I'm curious, when we think about what's in the U.S. national interest, that's a different thing than national security, and just talking about jobs and things like that. And just lastly, I have to say, Patrick, the last few chapters, I was really floored actually by this observation that, we have this flying geese model when we think about supply chains. First they were Japan, and then they went to Taiwan, and then Taiwan to mainland China, and now maybe to Southeast Asia or India or beyond. But you added something to that, which I think is not in the narrative, which is that actually maybe it's not just that China wanted to develop the domestic capability to do all this, but it doesn't want it to leave, actually. It's not letting the geese get out of the cage. And that, I think, is a new addition to that kind of story, right? Because a natural transition would be, okay, now, they train up workers in India or beyond, right? And you're telling a story where they're actively trying not to do that. And that may be an interesting challenge, actually, for supply chains and for development and for globalization going forward. But those are my basic reflections, with gratitude for the opportunity to share them and to.
What a lovely, lovely note there. Emphasizing gratitude. All right, here's the author of this great new book on Apple and China. think the bloke's name is Patrick McGee.
And in the Western discourse, we often talk about the China shock, just looking at U.S. jobs lost, etc. The China shock is much greater in Mexico than it is for the U.S. because, of course, Mexico, was a competitor. I guess to some extent still is a competitor to the lower value offerings. To get back to Jeffrey Ding's comment about global value chains. So if factories were closing in Ohio because they couldn't compete with China, it was happening a lot more in the maquiladoras and so forth in Mexico. So that's sort of an overlooked narrative. I don't know if that's my next book or anything, but
Right. The classical liberal just thinks that competition is almost always good. But in the real world, right, real women can't compete with hardcore high-definition pornography. Right. In the real world, the less stigmatized sex work is, right, the more women who will engage in it, and the less of a hold a wife will have on her husband. And where a man puts his penis is usually going to shape his values, right? A man will most value that which he is having intimate relations with.
I think there's a lot more to be said there. Getting to Meg's comment about...
So when you stigmatize sexual expression outside of marriage, right, you give the wife more sexual power, and you limit the incentives for men to act on their natural predispositions to be wild.
About the HBS case study, I don't mention this term, I don't think, in the book. Maybe I do, but I think if it's an indictment of something or someone, it's not Tim Cook and it's not anyone at Apple. It's shareholder first capitalism, right? It's the whole paradigm that we have a sort of system of capitalism where corporations are essentially encouraged to chase the lowest labor cost.
So in the classical liberal worldview, it's great for society to have many competing sources of power. And you don't want the federal government to be a hegemon. You don't want it to be the Leviathan. And so it's just wonderful if Apple outsources its manufacturing to our greatest geostrategic rival, China, because that's just the free market at work. From the perspective of the Leviathan, this is a disaster. From a political perspective, it's a disaster that the American company Apple has built up China's technological capability.
Ever, or wherever they find it, which of course means that any country that devalues...
Yes, sexual intercourse dictates moral intercourse. All right, so people often make a decision about what kind of sex life they want. Right? If people want to have a sex life just with one partner, a spouse, and devote themselves to providing, protecting, and raising children, right, they are much more likely to be religious. And if people want to have a recreational sex life with many partners, it's much less likely than average that they will be religious.
Worker rights, environmental protections, and so forth actually has an advantage. I mean, that's a weird sort of way to put it in a way. That's not how you would put it if you were, trying to gain followers to this movement. But that's the sort of the natural consequence that if everything's about...
Right. Press 1 if you prioritize shareholder capitalism. Right. Press 2 if you prioritize the national interest. Right. Put me down for the national interest. Right. Again, I must agree with the paleo-conservatives. Right. I think they get it right that capitalism must be disciplined and aligned with the national interest rather than trying to align politics with abstract models of economic efficiency.
About cost, well, then it's not about these other things that we value. So how would you restructure trade deals to incorporate that? Also, just responding to Meg, the discourse, I think, is way too often about jobs. And often when it is, of course, our economy has a way of sort of adapting. So lost manufacturing jobs become service jobs. And that's sort of the end of the article often for, we were just debating how many jobs have been lost to China. I'm way more concerned, and any reader of the book will know this, that the know-how is what's being lost. I mean, 5-10 years from now, I don't know that Apple is going to have the model that it has now, because there's not a whole lot of value. There's diminishing value, let's say, of sending America's best engineers to China. I mean, at this point, what are they teaching them? China has world-class industrial clusters, and Huawei is making better phones than Apple, frankly, at double to 3 times the price tag. So I don't know that the Apple model continues to hold because the student has become the master.
So the easy, cheap comment that I was making years ago, which Chinese consumer brands do you most associate with quality? Well, when I started putting this into Grok a few weeks ago, it started listing off all sorts of Chinese brands that are associated with quality. And here, Patrick McGee, the author of this great new book on Apple, is saying that they're the best Chinese smartphones are now produced by China.
To quote myself. The flying geese model, I love it. I don't use it in the book, but even today, I woke up to a message saying, have you seen the news that Foxconn is taking back hundreds of employees from India back to China? What's really interesting about that article, and props to Bloomberg for getting that scoop.
Okay, questions in the chat about a new Decoding the Guru's video published on YouTube. And just because there's a new Decoding the Guru's video published on YouTube does not mean that the content is new. It may be specially edited content from many months ago, which I believe is the case in this instance. So the actual video published on YouTube with special snazzy editing, right, is probably new, but the content itself likely comes from many months ago.
Is that it doesn't say anywhere that Beijing has directed them to do this. And I think, Jim's books are really good at this. And this is why I steal a phrase from Jim in the book. Voluntary is the new mandatory. You guys are the China experts, so tell me if I'm getting this right. But it feels to me like often what happens in China is like wink, wink arrangements are made more likely by the way that Beijing is able to set the tone. So a company like Foxconn probably doesn't need to directly be told in writing, you should take back all the people that are in India right now that are Chinese nationals with experiential know-how, because we don't want.
So you may have seen the news that almost all of America's iPhones will soon be manufactured in India. Right, that is what is grabbing news media attention. But the truth might be that India is simply the last part of a manufacturing process that is overwhelmingly done in China. And it's just that one little bit at the end is put together in India. But these iPhones, even though they're labeled made in India, not necessarily made in India, they're made overwhelmingly in China. And God forbid there's this increasing discourse that the tiny hands of Chinese women are absolutely essential for the assembly of iPhones. I find this deplorably racist, right? Let's say that there's another group in our country that is known for high levels of obesity, and they've got big, thick hands, right? Why should they not be every bit as adept at assembling iPhones as tiny Chinese hands? I mean, I'm sick of this racist discourse. I was reading Freddie Du Bois' essay on the evolution of the essay, and he remembered an essay from that sad old time. Do you remember the 2010s when there was a woman who wrote, How I Learned to Be Proud of My Tight Asian Pussy? And it's so sad that so many Caucasian men reflect that every intimate experience with an Asian woman has been incredibly tight, while so many of their experiences with Caucasian women have been quite loose, and they put a higher priority on tight. And it's just sad that people look at life in that way. I mean, to look at a woman and to value her in terms of tightness rather than on the quality of her soul, it just seems so reductionist. And I am so grateful that I have transcended that animalistic level of analysis.
Want them setting up shop in India, they just need to set the conditions such that that's an obvious decision for anyone running Foxconn. That is rather disquieting to me. Okay, coming to Jeff. I do think there's definitely a sense that this is the normal order for rising powers. That being said, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not familiar with these German investments into pre-war America, I doubt the German companies were consolidating the way that Apple did, right? It's not as though Apple retains 50% of their production, but hey, another 50% is contract manufacturing and it's all in China. It's all in China. I mean, Apple doesn't know how to manufacture stuff anymore. One of my sort of better quotes in the book, I think, from Michael Hillman, a 16-year veteran, is Apple did a great job of holding on to the proprietary processes, understanding how to build its stuff, differentiating it, etc. The problem was at the scale scale of 1 million components a day and 1 million iPhone shipments per day, none of the plans could be executed without China. I highly doubt that was true of the German companies in pre-World War I America. So that's the problem. I want to say I'm not against trading with China. The trouble is just the absolute consolidation. And that's really the value of those earlier chapters, sort of reminding people. I'm not pushing a dogmatic thesis here. I think it is quite possible that Apple, and particularly Tim Cook, has played the statesmanship role in the background that I don't have access to, but I wouldn't be blind to the idea that there are a number of things that Apple may have done in the background that I would love to be part of my narrative, but of course they're not going to engage with me on.
And there's another excellent interview. There are many excellent interviews with Patrick McGee, which I commend to you. And here is the Free Press, Barry Weiss. The video is called How Apple Sold Its Soul to an Authoritarian Regime.
Only concerned about their, private jet lifestyle, have essentially hollowed out the American middle and working class, hollowed out previous manufacturing towns like my hometown of Pittsburgh. And not only have they done that to Americans, they've also inadvertently or intentionally, depending on who you ask, bolstered the economy and the know-how of an authoritarian regime.
Yes.
I want you to contend with the first part of that the brain drain to China, or let's just say the manufacturing drain to China, hollowed out the American working class, because you made the argument earlier in this conversation that that's actually maybe a politically convenient thing to say, but it's...
So from a conventional economist perspective, it's just as good that free trade with China benefits the Chinese as benefiting the United States, right? Nationalist thinking, balance of power thinking is largely foreign to conventional economics. And from the perspective of American elites, right, what's good for tens of millions of Chinese, right, is just as valuable as what's good for Americans. Now, I'm stuck in a more tribalistic, nationalistic, America First perspective. So I don't enjoy the benefits of this buffered Enlightenment globalist worldview.
It's not true, because you're saying Apple was already late to the game. This was going to happen anyway.
Well, it depends if you're blaming the whole electronics industry or Apple. I don't think you can blame Apple.
I want you to talk about both.
You can blame the electronics industry.
Talk about both.
But I would say it was done in good faith, and a lot of good came out of it. I think it's amazing that, globalization helped Taiwan, helped South Korea, helped Japan. I mean, these are thriving democracies. It's only problematic when you're doing it with a country that's quite belligerent, obviously authoritarian. I mean, it's a totalitarian surveillance state, and it's so large that it's not just like a contributor to industries. It has the potential and obviously the capacity to totally dominate them. Now, where I'm less sympathetic is I don't think you can really say that there's some alternative universe where America remains a giant manufacturing force.
Like, could the iPhone have been made in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I just don't think. I think that's a fantasy.
Okay.
Certainly it's not going to happen now, but could it have happened back then? What people don't get is that's the quantity, right? So 1,000 parts per iPhone, 1 million iPhones are being shipped per day at peak season. So do the math, that's 1 billion parts that you're not only manufacturing a day, but you're running the logistics for, and you're doing it in a just-in-time manufacturing method. That's never going to happen in Pittsburgh. That's not a political point. That's just basic reality, right? You could point to physics or something. It's just never going to happen. Where I am bullish would be friendshoring. So India and Mexico in particular.
I disagree with this, right? We have vast untapped talent within our African American community that I think we could start reshoring the production of iPhones and just turn over those jobs to our African American community, and that would be good for America, good for African Americans, and it'd be great for Apple's bottom line, right? We've got this vast untapped talent that is available to us in America, but it's being held down by systemic racism and microaggressions.
And, again, I don't hold out Apple for being, or I don't call out Apple for what they did in the late 90s, early 2000s, but I do for the 2013. So when Xi Jinping attacks Apple within 36 hours of taking power, that should have been a wake-up call for Apple to realize, oh, shit.
Remind people what happened then, because most people won't remember.
2013, March 15th, there's something called Consumer Day. It happens every year. It goes back to 1991. And it's CCTV, sort of the CNN of China, if you will. And they call out various companies for not living up to the socialist ethos.
or triple your finance. The example that I really like to cite is Qualcomm. Qualcomm's like a chips architect in California, right? It's worth hundreds of billions of dollars. It's instrumental behind 3G, 4G, and 5G technology. Every phone you've ever used has Qualcomm inside. And China just wants a lower rate on all of the licensing fees that Qualcomm is given for every phone that's made. And what are they supposed to do? I mean, China is basically demanding that Qualcomm launch joint ventures in the country. And after 3 years, Qualcomm eventually just pays them $1 billion, biggest fine in corporate history for China, and sets up a joint venture. And a joint venture is what Beijing always wants. Basically, a Western company comes in, and the order of business is half this corporation is going to be Chinese, so that we learn everything you know, we learn the ins and outs, and then we'll replicate your operations and eventually probably oust you. Apple, interestingly,
Right, sharing is beautiful, right? Why can't we just share everything with our greatest geostrategic rival?
is able to get away with not doing joint ventures for a long time. But this is the
But if the imperative of shareholder capitalism is that you share technology and know-how with our greatest, most dangerous rival, then surely we must bow before the imperatives of shareholder capitalism.
Context for when Xi Jinping enters the conversation, right, or becomes president, that Apple looks like an exploitative force. Because if you look at something like the Foxconn margins, Apple goes like from 1% margins in the early 2000s to 25% by 2012. And Foxconn's collapsed by 2/3 to 3/4. And so it's like, wait a minute, aren't you guys working in tandem to build the iPhone? Why is Foxconn being treated so poorly? And so the fascinating, most thesis-driven narrative of the book is that Apple appoints 8 people. They call themselves the Gang of 8. These are the first senior people living in the country. And they sort of oversee everything, procurement. And Tim Cook goes to Zhongnanhai in May 2016. This is like the White House of China. And issues this memorandum of understanding where they're going to invest $275 billion over 5 years.
Isn't that awesome? Apple is investing $275 billion in our greatest geostrategic rival. Think of how much this helps the Chinese.
Okay, so just an insane level of spending. And what they're telling them is it's true that we don't have joint ventures. Like, it's true that Samsung has something like 35 joint ventures at the time.
But on the other hand, why not have Apple invest $275 billion in our African-American communities and give them jobs manufacturing iPhones?
And we have 0. But you don't understand. We are orchestrating events across hundreds of factories, and we are training your factories. And you know, your whole goal is indigenous innovation. Like, there's this idea called Made in China 2025 of how Beijing is going to like have companies move up the value chain and become self-sufficient in robotics and automation and everything. And Apple, this is obviously my language, not theirs, realizes, oh, we're actually the
right. Why not made in Africa? Right. There's an inspiring thing to say, right? Let's make things in Africa, or in Africa America, or in Judeo-Christian America.
Biggest supporter of Made in China 2025. So if we just speak their language and tell them, here's how much we invest, then Beijing's going to understand and appreciate just what an impact Apple is having on the country. Essentially, since they've done that, they haven't had major problems in the country. They certainly haven't feared that the products are going to be blacklisted. And it's because Beijing realizes what an asset it is to have Apple operating there, because they're working on such a scale with such perfectionist tendencies that the technology transfer embedded or engendered in their processes, their operations, are hugely beneficial to China.
You quote this tech industry analyst in the book. I think his name is Horace Dediu. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And he writes this: it's hard to reconcile the fact that the world's greatest American company, the most capitalist thing in the world, survives on the basis of a country that has communist in its title.
Yeah.
Like, we sort of talked around it, but I want you to really spell out the national security risk that comes from this seemingly symbiotic relationship.
So the jargon that gets used is dual use technology. In other words, if you're working with electronics and semiconductors and stuff, that can be used for sexy iPhones. It can also be used for drones and military weaponry. So if you have been training our biggest adversary with cutting edge electronics over the last 25 years, you're actually up-arming their military means by the same token. So the national security implication, I think, is massive. And so, like, right now, the business ties between Apple and China are unbreakable. I mean, there's no place else that they could go do this stuff. And yet, politically, I don't know how we accept this at all. I mean, can we really have, for the next 20 years, Apple hiring the best engineers out of the best universities and having them go teach the most cutting-edge techniques on unimaginable scale to China? I mean, that's what I had to grapple with for the 2 years of writing this book. I think that's insane.
But that's the reality.
It is the reality, and it's not a reality that's going to shift anytime soon. Supply chains move real slow.
So you could look at what Trump is doing, or at least, you know, let's put the tariffs to the side for a second, but certainly the language of the past 100 or so days about decoupling and things that were not really being discussed under the Biden administration are all of a sudden taking sort of center stage. That this is not, forgetting Apple. Apple is a piece of it, but this interconnected relationship with an authoritarian regime that is threatening Taiwan and doing all kinds of other things we don't have time to get into. This is not a tenable situation. We need to decouple from.
Right. From a political perspective, a national interest perspective, a national survival perspective, it's absolutely insane that we're allowing Apple to invest $275 billion in making our greatest geostrategic rival more formidable. Right? There's absolutely no normal political, geostrategic, national defense, national interest way of looking at things that think that this is okay. And yet, there seems to be absolutely no alternative. Because we're not going to compromise the rights of shareholder capitalism, are we? You're some kind of commie. So this video was released on YouTube May 13.
China. What do people mean when they say that? And given your research just on this one particular company, do you think that's actually something that's possible for us?
So I'm not optimistic, and I wish I was. But if there was some simple answer to the issues that I've raised, my book wouldn't be compelling, because you would just say, oh, well, they're moving to India, so problem solved. That's not really happening at all. People think that it's happening. It's not, and we can get into it. One thing that's worth knowing is China has been de-risking, decoupling from the US since at least 2012, 2013. You've probably heard of the Belt and Road Initiative.
Of course.
Right? This is a massive effort to basically create greater links with a whole portion of the non-Western world.
Africa,
that's de-risking.
Mostly.
Yeah, well, Africa, but also, Kazakhstan and a whole bunch of nations around there.
It's a shame that the Chinese leadership hasn't paid attention to the wisdom of our gurus, such as Brene Brown, who encourages us to lead with vulnerability, right? That the more vulnerable we are, the more interconnected we are, the more globalist we will be in our perspectives. So up until 1945, America had an industrial policy based on being as self-sufficient as possible. Then after World War II, America said, no, we need industrial policy and trade policy that makes us as vulnerable and interconnected globally as possible, right? Sharing is caring. We start leading with vulnerability. We send our best and brightest to Japan to educate them on the greatest engineering and manufacturing techniques. And then Japan goes on to excel us in all sorts of different areas. And we gave that to them. We deliberately made ourselves much more vulnerable to the world. So are you with Brene Brown? Do you want to lead with vulnerability? Or are you like those nasty communists who want to reduce the vulnerability of their nation state?
Former Silk Road and such. That is China's attempt to make sure that it is not so dependent on just exporting to Europe and just exporting to America. In other words, China's in a much better position in Trump 2.0 than Trump 1.0 because they've already been de-risking from the West for the last 8 years.
Have we been doing anything equivalent? I know that there's no Belt and Road Initiative in America, but have we been de-risking in any way?
Not on the same scale at all. Obviously, my expertise is more for Apple. So people have this sense that something like 25% of iPhones are now made in India, right? This is totally understandable why someone thinks this, but this is Apple orchestrating this conversation, and there's no real substance behind it.
It's just spin.
It's total spin. So,
but just to set the stage for people, those people that are very concerned about what it means to be so integrated with China, with Apple and everything else, are looking for, hope in some other place, right? So these goods that we are so reliant on, it's okay. They'll go to Mexico, they'll go to India, and so on. So that's the context for this.
Yeah, and so to be clear, politically or what have you, I would love if this were the reality. Setting up a bifurcated supply chain with a totally independent, supply chain all the way down to raw materials and stuff. If that's sort of being done in India over the next 20, 30 years, because they're more of an ally, I love that idea. Here's why it's not happening. If there are 1,000 steps in making the iPhone, and the final step is now being done in India for a quarter of the world's iPhones, congratulations, you've avoided tariffs on China. Have you de-risked your supply chain at all? No. So if for some reason...
Is that what's literally happening, that the final step is happening in India?
Yeah, so it's called FATP, Final Assembly Test and Pack, and that's what's now happening in India. Now, Apple does have a more of a long-term plan to do more of the depth and breadth of component manufacturing and raw material mining and everything outside of, beyond FATP in India. But people think that's happening now, and it really isn't. There needs to be a massive acceleration in that regard. So yeah, if you buy an iPhone next year in America, very good chance the box says made in India, but that phone will be no less dependent on the China-centric supply chain than every other phone you've used.
This is what you write about China versus India. You say China's top-down ambitions were aided by docile, hard-working laborers systematically exploited by the state. By contrast, India's government is fragmented and less powerful. The subtext there, of course, is that China is the only country, I'll say culturally, but you could say governmentally equipped to manufacture products at this level.
Yeah, the reason India is part of the conversation is that it's the only country in the world with 1 billion plus people. and rates of labor that frankly compare to China in the early 2000s. So in a really superficial sense, you think, well, that sounds perfect. But the more you look at it sort of substantially, the more you realize this probably isn't going to work. So for instance, going back to the floating population discussion and such, like that's really sort of the secret sauce of why China's manufacturing sector works so well, that you have people, and the reason they're systematically exploited, by the way, goes back to the fact that they can't actually have permanent residence in these cities and such. So I'm not really applying the exploitation to Apple per se. It's China. They have like a dual class citizen structure within the country. There is no equivalent of that migratory pattern within India. There is no equivalent of young women going to work in factories outside the city of their home, right? Why is outside the scope of my book, but when there was a study of 80 countries looking at migratory patterns, India was 80th. So you don't have the same culture. And the reason I mention women is because the tasks that are often being done to make iPhones require little fingers. So the fact that it's young Chinese women with little fingers, like that actually matters. Like Apple engineers will talk about this.
Isn't the great white hope here not India or Mexico or Canada or wherever, but robotics and AI?
Yeah, so unfortunately, this is harder than, this sounds like this would be the obvious answer.
Literally like tiny little tasks. Yeah. Like that's something you imagine a robot doing.
Okay, so for starters, anything that can be automated in iPhone production is already automated, right? Like there's insane levels of automation across the Apple ecosystem. So they're doing loads of that. Among the problems are that it's easier to automate something like a car because you traditionally sort of design a car and then you're building it for like 7 years, right? So like I have a RAV4 from 2019. The RAV4s coming off the line today are not different. The iPhones are.
Great car. Nelly loves that car.
Yes, it is. It's a perfect car for non-car people is how
Yeah.
Doug DeMuro puts it. But the iPhone, at least.
Well, I have to admit, I'm very uncomfortable with this kind of racial talk about tiny Asian fingers. And next we're going to hear talk about the beauties of the tight Asian vagina. I just makes me very uncomfortable. I mean, do we really have to look at the world in such a racist way? Like we're all one. Let Apple pour $200 billion into setting up shop in Detroit and another $200 billion into manufacturing iPhones out of Mississippi. Let Apple tap the vast reservoirs of human capital that we have in our African American community. I just think that would be a much wiser way to go. Racist is bad. Don't be racist. Racist, not cool. Being racist is low status. We must transcend all these highly racist sentiments. So I like Decoding Geopolitics with Dominic Pressel. He's got a video. Has the Iran-Israel war actually achieved anything?
One thing that I always find fascinating about geopolitics and international relations is that at one moment you have this big crisis playing out on TV that everyone is talking about, when everyone becomes a geopolitics expert on Twitter. In the next moment, it's gone. No one cares, and it feels like it never happened. And that's exactly the case with the 12-day war between Israel and Iran, where the minute things calmed down, the attention moved on, and you basically don't hear about it ever since. But for me, when the mainstream media lose interest, that's when the really interesting part actually starts. Trying to understand what was it actually about, what were the consequences, and what has changed. Why did it even matter, and what does it mean for what's going to happen next? And because I feel like we've kind of skipped this with the Iran-Israel war, I wanted to reflect on it and try to understand what was, if anything, actually achieved. If anyone can really claim victory, if anyone's goals were really fulfilled, or what is probably going to happen next. And probably the best way to get into it is to start by talking about the two big things that we actually still know very little about, and that are pretty crucial for understanding and assessing the whole war. First, we don't actually know how close was Iran to getting a nuclear bomb before the war started. To bring us back, that was the original declared argument with which Israel attacked Iran in the first place. They claimed that after many years, Iran has now gotten extremely close to finally acquiring a nuclear weapon, and that was the reason why they had to step in, to prevent Iran from getting it at the last minute, and stop it from using it to annihilate Israel. But there are some issues with those statements. Sure, Iran was most likely developing a nuclear weapon. They never admitted it, but there's a lot of indications that their nuclear program is most likely not just peaceful. They have most likely been developing a nuclear weapon for a few decades, and they're probably pretty close to being able to complete it and weaponize it. If they really wanted to, they could probably turn it into a functional nuclear weapon relatively quickly. But the key thing here is that they have been very close to completing it for well over a decade. Netanyahu argued that Iran was just months away from getting a bomb, but the US intelligence and officials have actually been claiming that Iran has been months away from getting a bomb for many years. And the key distinction is between having the ability to take the final step and...
So his perspective is essentially mine, which I arrived at, I believe, through abductive reasoning. Right? The most likely reason that Israel and then the United States attacked Iran was not because Iran was on the verge of creating a nuclear weapon, but because Iran was particularly vulnerable, and it was an optimal time to take Iran down a few pegs.
And turn it into a weapon, and actually making the decision to do it. And while so far Iran has always had the option to make the final step and finish it, it has never made the decision, and it has been intentionally waiting just before the finish line. And why? Well, because it knew that if it did, it would probably have to deal with some pretty harsh consequences, likely in the form of getting bombed. And so instead, it always stayed one step away from crossing the red line and used the possibility of getting a nuclear bomb as political leverage to try to get concessions from the United States and from the West in general, sometimes with more and sometimes with less success. And the thing is that while Israel has been claiming that Iran has made that decision, the messaging from the US on this...
So when two groups see each other accurately, they don't go to war. You only have war when there is a difference of opinion on capability. Right, so Iran thought it was going to get away with its strategy, and it wouldn't have engaged in this strategy if it knew it was going to get bombed. So Iran underestimated Israel's capability. And so because there was a difference of opinion, a differing estimation of the other side's capability and one's own capability, you had war. When two sides see each other accurately, you never have war, because you see what the outcome's going to be, and you don't have to fight it out, right? People only fight things out when there is an unclear level of information.
This has been a lot less clear. Theoretically, I think it is possible that Iran has actually taken that decision. But if that was the case, and the United States had absolutely solid intelligence about it, then I think they would have been a lot less hesitant to attack Iran than they were in reality. The other possibility is that Israel was not really telling the truth, and that while they might have seen that Iran is continuing with the nuclear enrichment program, it didn't necessarily mean that they were actually going to have the bomb next month, that they really made the decision. And it's possible that Israel's real motivation was a little different, either to just attack the Iranian nuclear program preemptively, or to continue their stream of attacks on Iranian proxies and dismantling the Iranian network, progressively making Iran weaker and weaker with a coup de grace to give Iran another blow. Or maybe they were trying to overthrow the regime, or all of those things together. But we don't...
So the reason that nation states say they are going to war are really the real reasons. So the United States didn't go to war to preserve democracy in World War I or World War II or in Vietnam or Iraq or Afghanistan. It was pursuing its own national interests. So the United States, as a liberal democracy, right, tends to use all this glowing liberal internationalist, humanitarian, human rights type pro-democracy language to disguise what's often blatant national security interest. And so the United States and Israel saw that Iran was vulnerable, just as Russia saw Ukraine as vulnerable. And when you've got a rival that is particularly vulnerable, then in nature, right, one form of life will tend to pounce on another form of life when they see an opportunity to win and eat and destroy. So in nature, you don't find two types of pond scum living in peace and harmony in the same pond. You don't find separate tribes of gorillas living in peace and harmony with each other in some forest. Right? In nature, you don't tend to find different subspecies living in peace and harmony with each other. Right? Rather, nature tends to be red in tooth and claw.
I don't really know whether that was really the motivation, how close Iran was to actually acquiring a nuclear weapon, and how imminent that moment was, if it was even a possibility. We also don't know, and that creates an additional problem for assessing the war.
So the reason given for the United States invading and occupying Iraq was to destroy its weapons of mass destruction. But that wasn't the real reason that America invaded. The Bush administration invaded Iraq because they saw a positive outcome of changing the Iraqi regime, and that this would affect other regimes. And initially, all right, Iran was cowed. Right, Iran did dial back on its hostile rhetoric. So the Bush administration thought that this would create more regimes that are democratic and liberal and have human rights and live at peace with Israel. So the weapons of mass destruction argument was put forward because it was the most compelling. But that which is most compelling is not necessarily the most true. That which is the most succinct and the most dramatic way to state your case is not necessarily that which is the most true. So think about the challenge for public health authorities. So you're a leader in public health, you have 140 IQ, but you have to put forward messages that are understandable to a 90 IQ audience. So you have to compromise on the truth to try to put out messages that you see as being in the public interest. And so when nations go to war, right, they're not usually leading with vulnerability and complete truth, right? Instead, they just seize on something and put it forward as the reason they're going to war, such as, oh my God, Iran's about to create a nuclear weapon, or we have to stop Iraq's regime of weapons of mass destruction. That doesn't mean that the leaders of the United States under George W. Bush were stupid, or that the leaders of Israel right now are stupid, right? They recognize that there were other reasons for why they were going to war. It's just that the reason that was put forward was not the true reason, because people usually do not say what they mean and do not mean what they say.
How badly was the Iranian program actually damaged? The US is kind of claiming that it was completely destroyed and that they sent it back to zero by destroying.
Right, so the dominant news since the American attack is, oh, how badly is the Iranian nuclear reactor damaged? But that isn't why America attacked. That isn't what Israel attacked. Right? They attacked because Iran was vulnerable and they wanted to bring it down a few pegs. But you can't say that publicly. And so you have all this news discussion of things that aren't particularly important. Right? The news tends to focus on public statements and the pronouncements of bureaucracies. But the statements that bureaucracies release and the statements that powerful interested parties release are not co-equal with truth, right? How much Iran's nuclear facilities were damaged has some importance, but that's not why the war was waged. But that's what dominates news discussion. So that's kind of the shallow, superficial, far removed from reality nature of news, right? News is primarily about the pronouncements of bureaucracies and people who lead bureaucracies or have power in bureaucracies. But these pronouncements are not usually co-equal with truth.
Destroying the facility for enriching uranium in Fordo, the underground base that the US B-52 bombers bombed with bunker-busting bombs, which is a mouthful of a sentence to say. But whether that's true, we also just simply don't know. My best guess would be that the Iranian nuclear program, and with it the ability to weaponize it, has...
Look, the primary goals of America and Israel were quite different than destroying Iran's nuclear facilities, right? The primary goal was to humiliate and diminish Iran and make it less of a threat to American interests and the interests of the Jewish state.
Been seriously damaged. If nothing else, then because Israel has killed a lot of Iran's top nuclear scientists. But it was probably not destroyed. And if Iran really wanted to, it could probably rebuild it again and be again in the position to acquire the nuclear weapon if they wanted to. But honestly,
Now, I love peace. I wish America, instead of spending billions of dollars on weapons, instead invested that money in education and infrastructure for our underserved minority communities.
We don't have much more than speculation. So that's all of the things that we don't know. And here's what we do know. We do know that most likely American and Israeli goals in the war, even though the details are not really clear, were likely quite different. For America, the focus was much more narrow, a lot more focused on actually preventing Iran from getting a nuclear bomb, or at least making it a lot harder, regardless if Iran was actually moments away or if it was...
It's also, I think, likely that Trump would never have bombed Iran if he hadn't had to face the widespread popularity of the taco charge, right? Taco, T-A-C-O, Trump always chickens out. That probably annoyed Trump. And so he thought, I need to dispel and disprove that accusation. Let me go bomb something.
Still in the same spot as all those years before. But for Israel, the goal was likely much broader. For them, damaging Iran's nuclear program was important, but likely it was an all-front assault on the Iranian state and regime. They were trying to make it weaker. That's why they were attacking Iranian oil and gas facilities, for example. And they were also trying to create conditions that would be conducive for facilitating a regime change. I don't think that Israelis thought that they would be able to do it on their own, but they were clearly trying to help start a spark. And that's why they were also targeting police and state security officials and the state broadcasting station. Donald Trump, on the other
So when nation states give the reasons that they're going to war, they're not primarily doing that to communicate something to another nation. Right? That's primarily for domestic consideration. John Mearsheimer did a masterful study noting that nation states really lie to each other because nation states really have any incentive to believe things said by other nation states. So there are very few incentives for one nation state to lie to another nation state because the other nation states has no incentive to believe them. On the other hand, leaders of a nation, particularly when they want to seize power and exercise extraordinary emergency powers, right? If you say we're facing an emergency, you can then assume pretty much any power that you want. And if you can get the people of your country to go along with you, that you're really trying to combat a particular emergency, they'll be willing to give up their rights and sign off on you doing unprecedented things. So you signal we're in a state of emergency, you can have more power, and then you can do the things that you really want to do, and you're going to be less likely to be hamstrung by the courts and by all sorts of petty bureaucratic considerations. You can just do the thing that you want to do. But you have to dress it up in a way that is compelling to your own citizens. But you're not trying to fool people outside your country, right? The stated aims for a war or stated aims for what America is trying to do in the world is entirely directed at Americans, right? Because people who lead nation states recognize the obvious truth that the citizens of other states have absolutely no reason to feel compelled to buy into your particular narrative. And so nation states rarely waste time and energy lying to each other. But national leaders lie to their own citizens all the time.
Other hand, specifically said that he's not pursuing a regime change in Iran. And although he actually said the opposite later on as well, I actually believe his first statement. I think that Trump wants to keep Iran down, but not break it down completely. Both because I don't think that he's someone who's a fan of regime changes in general, and because it would not look good.
So often employers are very tough on their employees because they want to get them whipped into shape, right? And so they'll very early put new employees in their place so that they recognize that they are there to do what the employer wants, because employers recognize that the interests of employees are not the same as the interest of employers. Employers are trying to extract as much productive work as possible from employees while paying them as little as possible. Employees generally are trying to do as little work as possible while getting as much money as possible. And so employees want maximum freedom at work, and employers are incentivized to direct employees to only act in the employer's interest. And so the number one reason that people get fired is because they have created a liability for their employer. And so early on in your employment, right, you may be wooed to a job, and then once you start, right, you become much more vulnerable. So when you're deciding which job to take, you have the power. But once you start on a job, the power overwhelmingly shifts to the employer, and they will usually let you know very quickly, right, what the score is.
Good, and it could potentially create a lot of other issues for Trump and his administration as well. After all, the US has already a long history of regimes that it has overthrown, both in Iran and in the wider region. And the results in the end, in the long term, were never really that beneficial for the US anyway, even if it was an option. And if it was successful, there's absolutely no guarantee that one regime wouldn't be replaced by another potentially just as hostile to the US as the original.
Okay, there was a thoughtful conversation 4 days ago on The Dispatch, which is a Never Trump outlet, between Matthew Continetti, right, a centrist conservative in the National Review style, commentary magazine style, and Jonah Goldberg, who is dedicated to being Never Trump.
Normal person, a normal college-educated person, a normal intellectual. What is an intellectual? Certainly what is a public intellectual, which used to have a real meaning in this stuff. Buckley.
So a public intellectual is usually someone with genuine expertise in an area, such as an academic with genuine expertise in laws of physics or economics or something. And then they start making pronouncements outside the area of their expertise, but they're coming from a basis of they've got credibility in one area, they've got substantial accomplishment in one area, and then they leverage that to start making all sorts of pronouncements out of their area of expertise.
Runs through the tape on the definition of that in so many different ways. It's very hard for me to understand.
So I remember listening to Dennis Prager on the radio more than 35 years ago, and he was asked to define an intellectual, and he said an intellectual is somebody who makes a living with ideas. And therefore, he said, I'm an intellectual, someone who makes a living writing and lecturing about ideas. That is an intellectual. Now, the marketplace for ideas tends to reward the showy and the pseudo-profound. And so those two descriptions are pretty good descriptions of Jonah Goldberg's work, right? He sounds good, he sounds profound, he seems to have, an amazing grasp on all sorts of intellectual areas, but it is a false profundity, right? The market incentives are for intellectuals to dispense all sorts of commentary way outside of their level of expertise because they become celebrities and people are willing to pay in various ways to hear their opinions on all sorts of topics about which they know very little.
So here's my
and that would apply for Jonah Goldberg and for William F. Buckley. But as far as being a serious thinker, no. William F. Buckley was an influencer. He was an entertainer, just like Jonah Goldberg.
Theory, and I just want to see what you think of it. Mm-hmm. I think part of the reason why Tannenhouse, who I like personally, I've met him a few times. I loved the Whittaker Chambers biography. I think at the end of the day, the big problem for Tannenhouse is he doesn't actually really understand conservatism, and really struggles to understand conservatism on its own terms. And so, like, he famously, in that Death of
So people like Jonah Goldberg tend to accuse those who are different from them as not understanding conservatism. And it is possible that people can understand conservatism and disagree with it. So it may not be that Tannenhouse doesn't understand conservatism. It may be that he understands it quite well and he simply disagrees with it because he has a different hero system.
Conservatism book he wrote in 2009.
Yeah,
he was going around saying that the point of William F. Buckley was he was there to make liberalism better,
right?
And
which is not the thesis of this book, by the way.
Is not. Yeah, I didn't
which
get
is
that
interesting.
Yeah. And I suspect he regrets writing that earlier book, and I have my own theories about why Bill couldn't get the conservatism book done. But I also just don't think it's nearly as important a thing.
Right. William F. Buckley never could produce a solid, respectable work of intellectual endeavor. And the reason that he never produced such a work is because he was not capable of it. Right? Just like these influencers and performers like Jonah Goldberg and Neil Ferguson, who don't feel much fidelity to truth. Right? It's not because they lack the resources to hire a graduate student who will help them stay within the rubric of that which is true. They just love the thrills of operating out beyond that which is true. It just gives them much more flexibility. It gives them a lot more highs. It gives them more of an adrenaline rush, and they have more opportunity to create status and followers and to be exciting if they refuse to allow themselves to be limited by what is true. And so they optimize for their own self-advancement instead of optimizing for truth.
Right. As Tannenhouse and Judas do. So what do you think of that? His argument about the conservatism book and my claim about Tannenhouse kind of struggles with understanding conservatives on their own terms.
Sure. Yeah. It's a great theory, and I'll try to unpack it a little bit. So just for context, Bill Buckley makes a big splash on the intellectual scene in 1951 when he publishes God and Man at Yale, his attack on his alma mater for neglecting its animating purposes of educating young men in Christianity and in American principles, including the free market. very similar to many critiques of the universities today, so many years later. So Buckley is instantly an intellectual celebrity at age 26, and he's already becoming a big deal on the college speaking circuit, which is where he drew so much of his fame over the years. Then he gets very involved with McCarthy, Joseph McCarthy, and McCarthyism, uprooting communists, real and imagined, in the executive branch of government. That's his second book, co-written with his brother-in-law, Brent Bozell Jr., on defending McCarthy. It comes out in 1954, really right before McCarthy's precipitous fall. And then the very next year, in 1955, Buckley launches National Review, the first, I'd say, conservative journal of intellectual opinion and cultural critique aimed at a larger audience than the previous journals. There had been the American Mercury, H.L. Mencken's magazine. There had been the Freeman, which was Albert J. Nock's magazine, a very important figure to Buckley. But National Review's purpose was, I think, to reach out beyond the little...
So notice the language that is used here, making a big splash. So professional intellectuals, they love to talk about their metrics. And so a video that gets 10,000 views makes a bigger splash than a video that gets 200 views. But there's absolutely no co-equal coterminous status between the size of the splash that you make and the amount of truth that you say. You make videos about how we never really landed on the moon, that the earth is flat, that the Holocaust never happened, right? And there's an enormous audience for that kind of nonsense. And so Bill Buckley achieved celebrity intellectual status not by saying things that are profoundly true or by producing a work of substance and merit, right? He became a celebrity and an influencer by playing the game in an adept way, right? There was an underserved market for that which felt like profound conservative thought. And Bill Buckley stepped into this underserved market and served up what felt like profound conservative thought. And so the market for pseudo-profundity is always going to be much wider, much more lucrative, and much easier to succeed in than those who feel disciplined to stay within the bounds of merit and truth. And because Jonah Goldberg and Bill Buckley and their ilk are quite happy to be influencers, right, they get to play outside the realm of that which is true.
Sects of conservatism, and as they say in the opening statement, really launch a counter-revolution against liberalism, which had dominated the country since FDR. So National Review has a few rocky years at the beginning, but Buckley is thriving, and he's leading this movement. Late 1950s, very interesting period, of course, because conservatism is very marginal in the United States. And so much of the early National Review is devoted to attacking a popular Republican president, Dwight Eisenhower, and his vice president.
So Matthew McConaughey, the actor, has gone on the self-help circuit. And when you listen to Decoding the Gurus on people like Brene Brown and Oprah and Matthew McConaughey, you recognize how much of their analysis is quite apt with regard to the Jonah Goldbergs, the Bill Buckleys, and the Neil Fergusons of the world.
Ready for some fun? Let's do this.
And just in case you're worried, Matt, Matthew is coming back.
In case you get bored with the other speakers, he is coming back. He is
Don't
the
go
draw
anywhere.
card.
Yeah, he's coming back. So I'll only play one more clip of her content to show that, like, you don't need to hear it because it's the exact same thing that they've all been doing so far. So listen to this.
How many people here have ever become a victim of your own success? Like, you worked so hard to achieve
Right, it sounds profound, doesn't it?
something or become something or build something. And then it finally happened, right? You got that relationship, you got that career, you got that business, you got that family. And then all of a sudden, you hit a wall.
Right, you wanted more, right? You want more for your life, but you feel unfulfilled. So how do you get from where you are right now to this state of more?
Either you ran out of gas, right? You got exhausted, or maybe you got stressed, or you lost your passion, or you got bored, or maybe your soul started nudging you from the inside and saying, hey, you know this thing that you wanted for so long, this thing that you worked so hard for? Actually, you're meant to go in a whole different direction. And then in that transition, right, in that realization, you started feeling totally lost, unsure of yourself, and you started wondering, like, how the heck do I figure out where to go from here? Anyone ever felt that? If you felt that, I want to let you know you are not alone. Now look, if you also identify as a creative, right, as a dreamer, as a go-getter, if you're that person that people always come to for ideas and for support, if you're that invisible strength and that stability that other people rely on, and right now, if you know in your heart that there's a bigger future for you, if you know that you are meant for more, I got to tell you, this is especially important, what we're going to dig into right now, because sometimes it's just harder for people like us.
Bro, people like us. Bro, you were meant for more.
I just felt like I was swimming in blancmange.
Treacle?
Yeah,
Treacle,
yeah. Well,
it's got that aspect.
That was Marie Forleo. So Matthew McConaughey put on this big self-help seminar, and there are all these self-help gurus such as Tony Robbins, and so Matthew McConaughey would appear, he'd read from a script, and then he'd read from the live chat. So you got to interact with Matthew McConaughey, and then they'd upsell you a program where you can like join forces with Matthew McConaughey in becoming more.
The praise for the audience, right? Like, are you the secret support? Are you the hard done by person?
That's me. I'm creative. I'm a can-do person. I've accomplished things, yet I still feel dissatisfied sometimes. What
do you feel lost?
What, is this for me? It feels like it's for me.
Are you sometimes exhausted, Matt? Are you stressed?
Yes.
Do you overeat?
yes, and yes.
Yeah, so it's and you heard the same thing. You're a victim of your own success, just like
the solution.
I got a confession. I overate last night. I had an unnecessary Greek yogurt frozen bar that was pistachio flavored. I didn't need to eat that. I just ate that out of my own carnal desire. I think I need Matthew McConaughey's self-help program.
It is to don't worry. First of all, don't worry about it. Don't be anxious. Accept yourself for who you are. Find a community, other people, connection. Acknowledge that we're all in the same boat together. Yeah, it's like if you took a religion and you stripped away all the religious bits. This would be the stuff that's left over. Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible. It's just if it was free.
Yes, that would be the difference. That would be the difference. So. Okay, she goes on, she gives her pivot. There's also another speaker later. They all come in different flavors. There's one that does like a kind of a pep talk, like an intense, like a coach kind of pep talk with like music building up. And
guys, Matthew McConaughey doesn't need your money, right? He's just doing this out of humanitarian concerns.
Saying like, you are what you need to be. You need to work.
Put your hand over your heart, and I want to speak to your heart for a moment.
The problem is if you're unhealthy, if you don't relate to people in a healthy way, you don't relate to yourself in a healthy way, only unhealthy people will hang out with you. And so for the approximate third of the population that lacks secure attachment, right, the only groups and the only people that will hang with you who are healthy are those who want to welcome you to their cult. Because normal, healthy people would not want you around. But if you can fill their need to be a big shot, I've found that one of the most profound ways of bonding with these gurus is to write them letters and to tell them, you changed my life, right? That's what I did with Dennis Prager. I'm not sure how much of a considered manipulation technique it was on my part. It was just something that I learned really works with people, that you want to form a bond with a preacher, a teacher, a guru, a famous person. You write them a letter and you tell them how they changed your life. And a certain type of person like eats that up. Now, a normal, healthy person, there's like, they don't need that. But the emotional vampire who needs other people like feeding them all the time about how wonderful they are, right? You tell them, you changed my life, and you list off, 3 ways that they changed your life. For people like a Dennis Prager, it just fills them up inside. It's the very sustenance that they need to keep going in life.
Never back down when your back's against the wall. It matters how many times you get back up.
Now, on the face of it, you may notice all sorts of racial patterns in the world of self-help, and you may think, there's a dearth of Northeast Asian self-help gurus, but I'm sure there are plenty in Korea and Japan. You're just not aware of them. You may think, there's a certain group that disproportionate numbers of this group are incredibly charismatic and captivating. Then there are other groups where most members are boring. But please don't look at the world in these kind of reductive, racist ways. Like, everybody's wonderful.
Not how many times you fall. It's about your mentality. What's the point of dreaming a dream if you're not working to turn that dream into reality? So speak life into your life.
Oh my God, I'm going to cry. Let's get higher together. Let's encourage each other. Let's lead with vulnerability. Let's be a part of this community.
Speak life into your life. Right now in the chat, speak life into your life. Say, I am purpose. I am healed. I am free. I am me. I am my next level. I am greatness. Speak life into your life. As Marie said, I am not these things anymore. Speak life into your life.
Glory, glory be.
Be your own motivation. You see, a legend is just an ordinary person with extraordinary determination. So find a way and make one. Because at the end, you just regret the chances you didn't take. So find the courage to take one. Your only limit is you. Don't surrender to your struggle. Make that struggle surrender to you. You see, pain is temporary, but giving up is forever. Never settle.
I remember when I tried to be an actor, and I'd take these acting seminars, and they would encourage you to make the case for why you should be selected for a particular part. And my reaction was, well, I don't want to be selected for a part if there's someone else who's better. But no, we were schooled, we were educated, we were shown that we have to make the case that we are the absolute best person for a particular part.
For good enough when you know inside you lives something better. You didn't come this far just to settle. You didn't come this far just to accept whatever. You came this far to take it to your next level. You came this far to become something greater. You came this far to become something greater. And I don't care what odds are stacked against you, my friends, you are highly favored. So for your family, for your life, for your vision, for this world, don't you ever stop working.
Just imagine how broken and screwed up and vulnerable people have to be to buy into this, right? You have to be a part of that third of the population that is unable to relate to oneself and other people in a natural and healthy way. So it's a ridiculous scam, but what makes it particularly perfidious is that it's a scam on the most vulnerable.
Like there's different delivery depending on what appeals. But
you know what? Our friend Aaron Rabinowitz, he would say that this is like a church for the meritocratic secular religion that is
it?
Neoliberal America.
Wow.
That's what he would say.
Neoliberal America. Well, if it's not my church.
No, but it's like it does the same thing a church did for medieval Europe.
Right, that's a great point. Right, the economic arrangements of a society and the economic and social needs of a society, right, provide incentives for certain types of religion or social cultural groups.
It's doing the same sorts of function.
Right, when society went industrial, such as 19th century England became the first industrial society, all right, that had an incentive structure that created the rise of various types of evangelical Christianity that were the most adaptive expression of religion to meet that industrial, technological, capitalist need.
For contemporary modernity. That's what Aaron would say. Don't want to put words in.
Would he? Well,
and he'd be absolutely right.
Exactly what he would say.
I hear a lot of the prosperity gospel stuff, like you are meant for, like it's a self-actualization thing. Like everybody is meant for bigger things.
Yeah, I mean, but look, I mean, as a psychologist, I tend to think about how religions tend to serve functions, right? Very much like how Manveer was talking about how shamans serve functions. Religions serve functions. One of the things they do is they help deal with, address existential anxieties, and stresses, right? That are sort of inherent in the lifestyle and the social order and the system in which people are living, right? And you can see it very.
And so many of the same techniques these help hucksters and gurus use, the same techniques that those fancying themselves public intellectuals, such as the Bill Buckleys, Jonah Goldbergs, and Neil Fergusons of the world, also use.
Clearly, that the medieval church was doing that for medieval people. And my theory, this is a theory, and it's really Aaron's theory, but it's this is that, but for contemporary capitalist, meritocratic, neoliberal, modern.
I guess so.
Country.
But I guess the issue is like I'm pretty much okay with meritocracies and capitalism and whatnot. And
but it's not a judgment. There's no judgment to say that meritocracy is bad, right? Or capitalism's bad, or modernity is bad. It's just saying, but there is inherent anxieties and existential concerns. Wrapped up in it, right? Because what bothers us, like, we're not stressing about God will be angry with us, so the Black Death is going to come and our children will die, right? That's not an existential concern for us, right? It was for them, but for us, we have different ones, which is
we're not actualized enough.
Yeah, we're not actualized, and it's all about individual accomplishment and individual achievement, right? Passing grades, getting, look at the.
So compared to other countries, the United States and Australia are incredibly individualist, but when you just compare the United States with Australia, there's far more emphasis on individual success and individual accomplishment in America compared to Australia, where there's a much more dominant ethos of mateship. So both countries are incredibly individualist compared to most countries, but Australia is far more corporate and collectivist and group focused than the United States.
Twitter and all of the manosphere and all of the people, like, social media, there's an image of a perfect life, which for the manosphere kids, they got lots of girlfriends and they're driving a fancy car and stuff like that. For the tradcon wives, will be something else. For the people with intellectual pretensions, it'll be our gurus, right? But there is an image of what you should be. And, this self-help type stuff is about addressing like the 99.99% of us that don't get it in our life.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can see that point for it. And I think you can see it as like existing in the shadow of contemporary individualist capitalist society. So I'm on board with that. I'm just saying there are people that are generally on board with those societal things who don't like this. But yes, I agree. Now, Matt.
I am on board with this.
I know. I'm not
stuff.
saying.
You know what I'm saying?
I know you're not Aaron.
I'm not making some leftist cultural critique of everything.
I don't mind if you were.
But I wasn't. Aaron was.
It's all right. Well, so now that guru goes away, okay, and then you get back to Dean Grazio, and this is where we're going to get to the seal pivot. But Dean Grazio, Matt, the same kind of thing. Listen to this little clip.
Wasn't it nice to have Marie here? And I got to tell you, so McConaughey's coming back out, so I hope nobody's leaving, not even for a second. And I have to tell you, and being in the back here, he's helped create such a casual vibe that's going on here. I have to, we got 2.4 million people registered from this event, and it is 150 countries around the world. And you would think, and it's such a cool vibe. And when Matthew came off, I have to tell you, I could see the.
So one of the measures of a charlatan is they love to boast about their metrics.
Excitement in his face because of your chat. I watched it happen. Who in here watched it when he started reading the chats?
Right, Konstantin Kisin came to tears when his particular quite ordinary and unimpressive performance at the Oxford Union, but somehow his video got millions and millions of views. And to Konstantin Kisin, he was almost in tears when he talked about how he said to his wife that this shows that all my efforts in creating a podcast have been worth it, that this essentially validates his humanity in his life because he was able to speak in a video that got millions of views.
You could see him leaning in, having more fun, right? I see Susan and Daniel and Juan and Linda and Lene, right? I watched it too, and it's pretty amazing.
Yeah. McConaughey was connecting with you. You touched Matthew McConaughey deep inside.
That's right. No, there was also the aspect there that like he's coming back. Don't worry, don't go anywhere.
He's like Jesus Christ. He's definitely coming back. Just wait.
But I also I don't know, Matt. This might be reading between the lines too much, but I did feel like a note of like implicit criticism there, where it's like, you know, when he was interacting with you guys, you could see he was more engaged. Like that's when it was feeling more. I just wants to, you know, mention a couple of things first.
Now, I got a couple things to share here today, and then we're going to bring Matthew back out. But in the meantime, I want to share, in this shifting time, we have to agree. I said it earlier. I don't want to beat it up, but this is a shifting time. This is where, when we have things that are bugging us, it's like there's a magnifying glass on it. And sometimes we feel stuck. Sometimes we're doing okay. We want to go to the next level. Sometimes we just got to get back in the game. Sometimes we want to reinvent, reconnect, start over. Or as Matthew's son said, just meet new people and do cool things. And for some reason, we're holding back.
I remember when I arrived in Los Angeles in March of 1994, I went to as many Jewish events as I could. And at the more secular Jewish events, right, I would meet people who wanted me to join their downstream, their selling long distance program. And then when I'd meet fervent Orthodox Jews, right, they wanted me to follow a particular Rebbe or a particular approach to Torah.
But I want to give you a little kudos today. Just by being here, you're ahead of most. Because most people complain about things going wrong. Most people are upset about what's happening in the world, and they get sucked into one way or another, and they're not doing something. You guys are taking the time to be here today, so celebrate yourself. Celebrate yourself being here. You are taking the uncomfortable action it takes to move forward.
Yep, quite a few things going on there. Call back to what he was doing at the beginning. You know, give yourself a great big clap on the back. You've taken the first step towards yada, yada, yada. But I liked at the beginning there, he like covered all the bases, all of the situation. You know, you might be wanting to get it into something. You might be wanting to just get out of something. You might be, you know, like, so, but that, if that sounds like you,
yeah, that's reinvent, reconnect, start something new, start over, start again, it's a hell of a shtick, and that bit, you know, the audience creates the manipulative parasocial kind of thing about like, look, other people, they're doing nothing, Matt. They're sitting on the fat arses. You came out here today to this live stream.
Yeah,
you're taking like the hard steps.
That took courage, Chris. That took courage to log on to this live stream.
Yeah,
it takes a lot of courage, I think, for listeners of Decoding the Gurus to see a 3-hour Matthew McConaughey special. And take the plunge and say, yeah, I make that choice for themselves. Yeah, I'm going to click on that. This is for me. I'm going to sit through this.
Other people wouldn't.
They wouldn't. They don't have the brass balls that you... Anyway.
So that was Matthew Brown, an Australian psychologist. And he asked, I wonder what the Rusty Cole character from True Detective Season 1, played by Matthew McConaughey, how would he view this recent manifestation of Matthew McConaughey's self-help venture? So I put that into Grok. It says Rusty would probably see this self-help venture with a mixture of disdain and skepticism. So Rusty Cole's worldview was steeped in nihilism, cosmic pessimism, and a rejection of comforting illusions. He sees human existence as fleeting, often a meaningless struggle against an indifferent universe. And this self-help venture with its promises of personal growth, optimism, and actionable steps toward a better life would clash hard with his perspective. Rusty would see this as another form of self-delusion, a way for people to distract themselves from the void of existence. He would probably argue that chasing self-improvement or happiness is futile when time is a flat circle, trapping humanity in repetitive cycles of suffering. He'd call it a shiny repackaging of the old human need to impose meaning on chaos. So I've been a big consumer of self-help from childhood. One of the books that my father pressed upon me was Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People, because my father accurately saw there was something very broken in the way that I related to other people. But despite all the self-improvement books, I've read over 200 self-improvement books. I've listened to probably 500 hours of Tony Robbins talks. Now, why is it that self-help seems to primarily work for the people selling self-help rather than for the recipients of self-help? Right? So sellers profit regardless of outcomes, right? The self-help gurus make money up front through book sales, seminars, courses, and subscriptions, right? Their revenue does not depend upon whether their customers achieve promised results, right? Tony Robbins earns millions of dollars, and there is no refund if attendees don't unleash their power. And customers of self-help must invest their time, their money, and their emotional energy, and there's no necessary payoff. Selling self-help is primarily about selling hope rather than selling real change, right? There's a compelling narrative. It feels profound, just like William F. Buckley, Jonah, Goldberg, Dennis Prager. They're often selling a narrative that feels profound, feels transformational, right? They've got motivational language and anecdotes that create an emotional high when you hear them. You feel like you're making progress. But these feelings tend to fade when faced with real-world challenges. I would listen to Dennis Prager and think, oh, this is amazing. Then I'd follow his advice, and it was awful. Right? Positive thinking doesn't tend to produce lasting change. It can even backfire by setting unrealistic expectations. What about meditating? Nothing wrong with meditating, right? People can do meditating and have very damaging psychic breaks with reality. So there's no one self-help practice that is just super awesome for almost everyone. Self-help gurus peddle selection bias, right? So I tell Dennis Prager, oh, you changed my life. Wrote him a letter, and then Dennis Prager will cite that letter in his lectures. Go, oh, you may remember Luke calling into my show. He used to argue with me, but then he sent me a letter saying, you changed my life. Self-help as a business model has to offer general advice, like visualize success and build habits that don't account for the personal circumstances of individuals. Right? Meaningful change requires individual support, not mass market platitudes. So self-help gurus and public intellectual gurus thrive by scaling their message to millions, while their recipients and customers tend to flounder because they don't get the customized guidance. So the wise Rebbe, the respectable Orthodox rabbi, would not issue guidance on observance of Jewish law unless he knows the particular circumstance of the individual. Self-help tends to create a loop where customers keep coming back and buying more to chase hope. And by contrast, I found much more help from 12-step programs than from the self-help genre and from therapy. Why? Because you become accountable to other people. You join a program. You meet people like yourself who struggle with the same things, right? You're surrounded by people with whom you can relate, who share stories that are raw and honest. This creates belonging and accountability that solitary self-help methods and therapy one-on-one often cannot bring about. So group interventions and group strategies in general are far more effective ways to live than individualist strategies. 12-step programs offer a clear, actionable roadmap. You have meetings, you have steps, you have sponsors, you have literature. And self-help will often feel like a buffet of vague advice about being your best self. There is a surrender and a humility to 12-step, and virtually nobody's making money from 12-step, so people are not incentivized to stow you and manipulate you through 12-step programs. There's a shared vulnerability in 12-step programs where people tend to be on an equal footing. There are no experts. You just have people sharing their mess. And 12-step programs prioritize doing, such as going to meetings, working the steps, helping others. There is a consistent bias towards action.
Richard Nixon. So the question is, well, what's Buckley going to do next? And he was under a lot of pressure, including from his father, who was extremely important in understanding both Buckley and American conservatism, to either get an academic degree, get a law degree, just write something big, important, meaningful. And so that's when he starts on this book called The Revolt Against the Masses. And it was going to be his take on kind of Albert J. Nock's idea of the remnant, the few who understand Western civilization and keep its ideas and principles alive amidst mass society, amidst totalitarianism.
Right. I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist, and we believe we were God's chosen remnant. It's an appealing message.
And it just didn't gel. It just didn't gel. And so, like you say, his liberal biographers, Judas and Tannenhouse, kind of take this to mean that just Buckley didn't have it in him. Maybe he wasn't a political theorist, or in Tannenhouse's case, he was more a theatrical personality than he was an intellectual. I don't really buy that.
So we've had a disaster in Texas where floods have claimed the lives of over 50 people. And we've had natural disasters in California. And you'll notice with both disasters, on Twitter in particular, but throughout social media, right? People on the right are very quick to blame inept liberal governance for natural disasters in California or in Democratic-run states. And people on the left very quick to blame a lack of competence in conservative states such as Texas for their problems. It's an irresistible urge.
You know, I'm a writer. A lot of my ideas don't work. There are times where I just have to stop. I've also written plenty of book proposals that went nowhere. So here's Buckley trying an idea. Just didn't really work. It was a little bit abstract, conceptual. And the truth is, that's not what makes Buckley's writing fun. So when Buckley really explodes in popularity is between 1962, when he gets his nationally syndicated column, which is when he's commenting 3 times a week on.
Right. Why is Fox News so much more fun to watch than CNN or conventional news channels? Because it's fun, because it's tabloid, right? It was Bill Buckley's tabloid sensibility that created a lot of the fun.
Current events. In 1966, when he gets Firing Line.
Right, you go to church and there's a rock concert, right? That's going to be a lot more fun than a traditional religious service.
His television show, which runs for 33 years. In between then, of course, is his mayoral run in New York City, where New York is the media capital of America and the world, and he's on television almost every night, displaying his wit, his kind of erudition, his whole style and manner, and people love it, especially the working class voters in the outer boroughs. Very importantly, out of that experience comes Buckley's book, The Unmaking of a Mayor, which is the story of his campaign, also his platform. Right?
Probably his best book. What do you think?
I love it.
Yeah.
It's my favorite. I'll get to my favorite in a second. But it's among my top 5. And the reason is, with Unmaking of a Mayor, Buckley really discovers the style that's best suited for him, which is.
So I knew this couple that worked in a Christian bookstore, and the man in particular was just a huge fan of Bill Buckley. And I think my father heard about his enthusiasm, and so sometime at a book sale, he found a book by Bill Buckley that had a beautiful, inspiring title that came from a Christian hymn. And then he started reading it. It was just a giant disappointment because it was simply a collection of Bill Buckley's columns that he would usually tend to toss off without doing very much work. Right? When Steve Saylor dives into a topic, you usually sense he's doing a tremendous amount of work. But the glib, the people like Bill Buckley and Jonah Goldberg, right? They just toss off words that may sound profound, but usually fall apart upon analysis.
Essentially autobiographical. You know, I'm going to take you through what my crazy, interesting life, and I'm going to use my life and experiences as a way to illustrate my ideas and my sensibility. And that's the model that he applies to my favorite book of his called Cruising Speed, which is literally an account of 1 week in his life. It's the same style he brings to United Nations Journal, which is a very excellent book about his time as a representative to the United Nations under the Nixon administration. And it's also the model he brings to his sailing books like Airborne, which is probably my favorite of those. And so I don't think it's a bad thing that he didn't write this book, which quite frankly, I find the idea kind of boring of the revolt against the masses. I'm much happier that he tried and that didn't work out, like so many ideas didn't work out. And then eventually he discovered his true form, which is essentially writing about himself. And the fact was, he was so interesting, everybody wanted to read him.
Right. His true form was being an entertainer and an influencer.
So second, on the idea of Judas and Tannenhouse not truly understanding conservatism, I do think there's something to that. I think Tannenhouse understands anti-communism. And that is why the Whittaker Chambers book is quite good. And even in passages in the first, half, you have to say, of this biography of Buckley that deal with anti-communism, I think there is a certain sympathy there. Not entirely for Buckley and McCarthy, but at least an understanding of their motives and a recognition on Tannenhouse's part that liberalism did have a problem with communism. It did have fellow travelers in its ranks. It did take a very apologistic attitude toward the communist enterprise. But anti-communism is not the same as conservatism. Of course, anti-communism is the glue that held the conservative movement in America together for so many decades. But you can be an anti-communist but not be a conservative.
Right.
To be an American conservative, you
Look
have
at Sidney Hook.
Exactly. We just talked about Sidney Hook, right?
Yeah.
And so many of those early neocons, of course, started off as anti-communist liberals. To be a conservative,
and the earlier ones started off as communists.
And exactly, James Burnham, Frank Meyer, right? So you have to be a conservative. You do have to have a certain appreciation, I think, of the market, and you have to believe that yes, the free market as a theory better describes reality than alternative views, right? And you also have to have the conservative appreciation for a transcendental moral order, the idea that values are objective, there is right and wrong, there is good and evil, and that at the end of the day, human beings are imperfect creatures. And so those values or ideas are, to me, what defines a conservative, and an American conservative in particular is seeking to defend the American political inheritance, which means the Declaration and the Constitution. If you don't have that same gestalt, this is the remnant, so I can use that word, you're not going to be able to really get into the weeds in your subject, really understand what American conservatism is about. And if you have the attitude, as so many liberals do, that at the end of the day, it's social conditions that matter much more than individual acts or individual character, you're just going to have a field problem. You're not going to be able to appreciate the phenomenon for what it is.
Yeah, so I think I agree with all of that. I mean, I certainly agree with the second half. On the Buckley and the book thing, first of all, I would have loved to have read his Revolt Against the Masses. I would have been really into seeing where he comes down on the synthesis. But I think I want to apologize to listeners. I attributed it to the wrong book when I was talking to Eli Lake recently, but it originally came out in Have You Ever Seen a Dream Walking? Where Buckley tries to...
Jonah Goldberg is very much a worthy successor to Bill Buckley. They're operating in the same genre. Jonah was quite disappointed that he's not mentioned in this new biography of Buckley.
Offer a definition of conservatism.
Right.
And you can tell he really doesn't want to get it dragged into it, because the title of the essay is something like Notes Towards a Working Definition of Empirical Definition of Conservatism, reluctantly and apologetically given, right? You put that in the title. He's like
the warning sign. Yeah.
He's basically screaming, "Don't hold me to this," right? And I think that part of it, he had that line that I guess he first got from Chambers, which he often repeated.
Yeah, he had a lot of good lines. New York Times has an article here. The cost of victory: Israel overpowered its foes but deepened its isolation. Israel is more secure from threats than at any time since its founding. But the war in Gaza and attacks on Iran and Lebanon have undercut Israel's standing among the world's democracies. So would you rather be stronger and more secure, or would you rather be weaker and more vulnerable, but have a very high standing among the world's democracies? Right. Count me on the team that wants to be stronger and more secure and is less concerned with one's state's reputation among the world's democracies.
And endorsed, which was that conservatism needs to be more about not holding on to the last readout, but maneuvering, right? That you're just...
To live is to maneuver, yeah.
To live is to maneuver, right. And I think that part of the problem, because I'm grappling with this a lot these days myself, because I ponder, dear God, writing a book about conservatism, is there's almost a fundamental...
So as far as intellectual accomplishment, Jonah Goldberg is best known for his ridiculous book, Liberal Fascism. So fascism is a movement of the right. There can be no left-wing fascism. And the notion that modern American liberalism, which is of the left, is somehow a version of fascism is completely ridiculous, but it does grab attention.
Irreconcilability inside of American conservatism, because American conservatism, not wholly, not completely, but a big chunk of it is conserving a radical revolution, right? The revolutionary tradition, despite Hannah Arendt and a lot of people being very, 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 very wrong about this, does not begin in France. It begins in the United States. And and this was something that was well known and well established until the 1850s, and like no one disputed that like the revolutions in Europe drew their first inspiration from the revolution in the United States, and that tradition of holding of conserving the founders' principles, which were revolutionary principles, does not rest perfectly within the other conservative commitments that conservatives have. And I don't see this as a fatal flaw by any stretch. I think it's one of its strengths, is this comfort with contradiction at a sort of almost a metaphysical level. Frank Meyer understood this, which is why he always talked about tensions, right? It's the tension. Fusionism was always about a tension.
Balance,
of liberty and order, freedom and virtue, right? These things. And the way the Burkean sort of approach solves this is, not to sound too much like Yuval here, our friend and colleague, is that virtually all philosophical principles hit a point of diminishing returns, right? Is that you're supposed to say that, yes, we value that, but to a point. And because sometimes if you value freedom too much...
Okay, that's a good point, right? All philosophies hit diminishing returns because all values are in tension with each other.
Much you lose your commitment to order. If you value order too much, you lose your commitment to freedom. And it's that enduring tension that keeps conservatism intellectually vibrant, because we're constantly arguing about where the trade-offs are in our dogma. And I think Buckley kind of understood that and didn't want, and I think it's one of the reasons why he encouraged Meyer so much with the fusionism stuff, is because he sort of felt it in his bones that was right. But putting that down on paper gets really complicated.
Right. Yeah.
And meanwhile, if you could write about getting drunk with David Niven and Stad, and that book is going to sell 10 times as well, why not do that instead? So that's sort of my big picture.
Especially, and the only thing I add, especially when you have giants amongst you, like Friedrich Hayek and the Constitution of Liberty, like Leo Strauss and Natural Right and History, like Eric Voegelin and the New Science of Politics. When you have these big philosophical titans going at it, right? Well, maybe you find your value add. And your value add is talking about those ideas, creating a journal where those ideas are published and debated, publicizing those ideas through your various media channels, and then kind of adding your sensibility to the ideas, which ultimately makes the ideas attractive and fun. Big part of Buckley's appeal, I think, throughout the decades. And the reason that this event that we'll be holding on June 25th at AEI to talk about Buckley's centenary, and you will be there and I'll be there and Yuval Levin and Ramesh Ponnuru will be there, is sold out. We have a capacity crowd, is because Buckley made conservatism fun.
Right.
You wanted to be part of something. He was smart. He was so quick on his feet. He was funny.
He was like the self-help gurus in that Matthew McConaughey lecture.
He had this amazing life. He knew everybody. Liberals treated him as an equal sparring partner. That sort of personality, I think, does more for conservatism than another book about the tension between freedom and virtue.
Yeah, no, I agree with that entirely. But on the charge that he's not an intellectual, I mean, again, I'm sure Tannenhouse maybe.
So Jonah Goldberg is honing in on the charge that Bill Buckley is not an intellectual, because it must be one of Jonah Goldberg's deepest pains is the contempt that people who know something in the topics where Jonah Goldberg opines are universally in agreement that Jonah Goldberg doesn't know much in the topics that he opines on.
Maybe somewhere in the book has some definition of intellectual that I've missed in my hunting and pecking, but I
love what Paul Gottfried said about Dennis Prager. He said he was an intellectual vulgarian of such a degree that it was impossible to give him any credit in that arena, with the ridiculous things that he would say about fascism and liberal fascism, for example.
Like, you were the editor of a publication, like you run a department at AEI. The idea...
You can be a great fundraiser, and Bill Buckley was a great fundraiser, right? And you can publish, and you can recruit subsidies for your publishing, and you can get great metrics, and none of this makes you an intellectual of substance.
That you could edit or solicit pieces or give editorial feedback to James Burnham, Wilmore Kendall, right? All of these people.
Right, but he's giving feedback not on the basis of truth and substance. He's giving feedback on that which will be attention-getting and provide a feeling of substance and profundity.
And
so National Review used to be primarily the published work of people with PhDs, of professors. And since the latest guy took over in 1990s, I'm blanking on the name, the current editor, Rich Lowry. Right, Rich Lowry is not an intellectual, has a BA. He's a glib bloke, just like Jonah Goldberg. And National Review, well, for the past 35 years, has primarily been a vehicle for publishing the work of pundits who don't have expertise. So National Review used to be a serious intellectual magazine publishing the work of people with expertise, edited by an entertainer influencer, Bill Buckley.
Edit their pieces and edit their journal and argue with them about where they come down on things and convene all without being an intellectual. I mean, again, definitions matter. It's just so
odd. And usually
he is so exercised at the notion that Bill Buckley was the Kim Kardashian of his time.
The knock on Buckley was that he was a public intellectual, meaning he appeared on TV. That's the real distinction between a public intellectual and an intellectual.
Usually the popular intellectuals do not have substance, and usually substantial intellectuals do not seek popularity. Right? A normal person is not particularly concerned with the metrics of his followers and getting on TV. Right? Usually it's the unhealthy who have a burning desire to have great metrics and to be on TV.
Intellectual. Both, I think, fit Daniel Bell's definition of an intellectual as someone who lives by and for ideas. And there's no question Buckley lived by and for ideas. His ideas were conservative, and he wanted those ideas to triumph in the world. But he was also a celebrity. He was an intellectual celebrity. And there is this group of intellectuals who believe that once you become a mainstream figure, once you're no longer writing articles for little magazines and such,
That's because celebrity intellectuals are usually opining about things that they don't know much about. And so it's hard to maintain respect.
In between drags on your cigarette, you're no longer an intellectual. But for someone to me who would fit this kind of definition of an intellectual, Irving Kristol, who rarely appeared on television and did edit a little magazine.
So many people, even when they're talking about abstract intellectual issues, they're primarily talking about their own status. And you sense this here in particular with Jonah Goldberg's comments. He's not really talking about Bill Buckley. He's talking about himself.
And whose biggest...
With Matthew Continetti, he is not coming from a place primarily of his own feelings and his own status.
Exposure to his writing was his monthly column in the Wall Street Journal. He thought William F. Buckley was an intellectual. For sure. There was no question.
Yes, if Bill Buckley has the capacity to help your career and to help your income and to help your fame, of course you're going to flatter him.
Yeah, I mean, Irving used to have a rule that if the public interest had more than 7,000 subscribers, it was doing something wrong.
Exactly.
Which I love. Although as the co-founder of a media outlet, we cannot indulge that thinking.
Right. The imperatives of making a living as a dispenser of wisdom about politics usually militate against the pursuit of truth and substance.
All right. So I have a. We can close out the Tannenhouse book insofar as I don't want to be utterly disparaging, particularly because I haven't read the whole thing. There are moments where I find it very engaging as I hunt around in it.
He's a very good writer.
He's a very good writer.
Conservatives hate this book because it does not flatter their conception of Bill Buckley and of conservatism. Non-conservatives tend to like this book.
If you want to learn about the man, I think he seems to have pulled that off. If you want to learn about the ideas that motivated him, and if you want to learn about the institutions that mattered most to him, from my reading so far, it comes up short.
I have a book you can read instead. It's called The Right, The 100-Year War for American Conservatism by yours truly.
Which I heartily endorse, and people can go back and listen to the multiple episodes. Do it like Edmund Morris, and just I'll create you as a dream character, and I'll have conversations with you. Anyway, so as I said, I'm struggling with the idea. I'm struggling with the idea of writing another book of any kind. Never mind
great news.
Yeah, and I don't want to leave it all. I don't want to leave it all in the locker room. Insofar as I have a thesis that I think is somewhat new, but and I've always said, there's a passage about it in my first book, American conservatism is about more than classical liberalism, but a conservatism that doesn't conserve classical liberalism isn't worth conserving. And
so this is a highly individualist worldview, which is hardly conservative, right? Most right-wing understandings of life understand that we're not primarily individuals, that the world does not operate primarily on the basis of individual rights, and the primary responsibility of a state is to protect those rights. That is a left-wing perspective on life. So most of what passes as conservatism in America is much more philosophically aligned with a left-wing perspective on life, as Paul Gottfried points out.
I still believe that. One of the things I'm trying to work through in my own head is what is American conservatism beyond the classical liberalism? Where does American conservatism run into conflict with philosophical classical liberalism, of Smith, of, that kind of thing? And I'm just kind of curious.
And yeah, those versions of American conservatism were largely ruled out of bounds by Bill Buckley at National Review, right? Paleoconservatism is not classical liberalism, right? Paleoconservatives understand that we are primarily members of a tribe, of a group, of a nation, that we're not primarily individuals, and that the imperatives of what's best for the nation are going to be quite different from following the imperatives of various abstract models of economic efficiency.
Is what your answer to that would be.
Well, that's a great question. I would say a lot depends on how we define classical liberalism, or what we take as the limits of classical liberalism. So, as I alluded to earlier, I do think religion is extremely important to conservatism and the conservative mind.
Classical liberalism, modern liberalism, conventional center-left thought, Enlightenment thought is overwhelmingly focused on individuals and their inalienable rights. So liberalism, right, puts individual rights at the forefront, not democracy, right? The more democracy you have in your society, the fewer rights you have. Because if you can vote to reconstruct and reduce certain rights, right, that may well be in the national interest, and that's going to be democratic. But in conventional discourse, liberalism and democracy are seen as coterminous, co-equal, but in fact they are profoundly in competition with each other, right? The more liberalism, the less democracy; the more democracy, the less liberalism. And so from a conventional elite perspective, right, allowing a society to be run along the lines favored by a majority of its citizens, that's anti-democratic. Right? Majoritarianism is a threat to democracy, because what most elites mean when they talk about democracy, they mean a series of institutions that they control having dominance in society.
And the classical liberal attitude can be friendly toward religion. It can also be hostile to religion. So where it falls on religion is, I think, extremely important, especially in the United States, which has deeply religious roots, and of course, whose people have been religious for centuries. So that'd be one place. I do think classical liberalism, and you see this in Hayek, you see this to some degree in Milton Friedman, though Friedman, I think, was very prudential about what he said in his public statements regarding certain topics. And that is the idea of the nation and the idea of patriotism. And so a classical liberal argument does tend, if you read Hayek, toward I'm going to use the word globalist view, right? And I think conservatives and American conservatives would say, well, they're...
Yes, if you're a classical liberal, you will tend towards a globalist perspective, right? If you employ these abstract models of economic efficiency and you say this is what a state should make a priority, right? You are employing these abstract globalist perspectives, right? Meaningful right-wing thought recognizes that the enemy is he who threatens the existence of your group, and that for your group to be safe and secure, it needs to make itself as strong as possible vis-a-vis its competitors, and that means aligning trade and your economic system with that which promotes the safety, security, and the dignity of your population, rather than putting a priority on abstract human rights and abstract economic models.
There have to be limits on that. There have to be boundaries on that, because we are attached to...
Right, so the paleo-conservative versus the classical liberal and conventional National Review conservative point of view is very different. The National Review conservative classical liberal perspective is the individual is the focus, that government exists to protect the inalienable rights of the individual. Right, the paleo-conservative instead makes his focus on the community, the nation, what is in the national interest, what preserves and advances dignity and safety and security for the vast majority of a nation's citizens, even if that means deviating from the principles of the free market and capitalism.
A home, right? And then finally, you know, there's with the classical liberal viewpoint, there's always this question of the family. So, of course, we as conservatives, as American conservatives.
So the traditional perspective is that time-tested ways of organizing people are superior to newfangled ways. And so a classical liberal, right, looks at the individual as the center of all things, right? A normal right-winger will look at the family and the extended family, meaning the nation and the tribe, as the organizing unit.
Conservatives do take the individual as the primary political and economic unit. But I think sometimes classical liberals can forget that when we say individual, we mean adult individual.
Yeah.
And there's this great line early on in Friedman's seminal book, Capitalism and Freedom from 1962, where he says, you know, we're going to leave the ethical problems to the individual, and the household is, it's an interesting unit, but I'm not really going to talk about it, right? That's a paraphrase, but this idea that, no, that the family, the individual may be the primary unit of the polity and of the economy, but the family is the primary unit of society.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I think that's what conservatives say, and there are many classical liberals who may agree, but there are also some who say, oh, wait, you know, the families can be constraining, right? Not every family is happy. Sometimes you have to leave a family, and sometimes parents are wrong. So that debate, I think, can exist between classical liberals and conservatives as well.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I think it's a good answer. I think part of the response to that is that Burkean response of yes, but to a point, right? Like you and I are very pro-family. If you weren't, you wouldn't be the head of domestic policy studies at AI. Like that would be really inconvenient for you if you were anti-family. But you and I have no doubt that you and I agree that there is a point at which you think the Leviathan state, the jackbooted representatives of government should take children away from parents, right? Like you don't have an absolute right to sexually abuse your kids, to physically abuse your kids, to starve your kids, right? Like, and so you can always start with the
right. So I believe in the Leviathan much more than I believe in the primacy of the individual. The notion that the primary objective and responsibility for an individual is to find his bliss, to follow his bliss, to pursue happiness is not a traditional right-wing perspective. I don't know many traditional religious approaches to life that would venerate that. The traditional right-wing perspective is that what is right and wrong and what is your purpose and meaning and path in life, it exists objectively outside of you, and it is your duty to use your resources, internal and external, towards conforming to this objective standard of right and wrong, and to live up to your obligations. So the classical liberal perspective is much more a perspective of the left, that life is primarily about enjoying the fruits of your rights. The traditional right-wing perspective is life is primarily about living up to your responsibilities to your family, your extended family, your tribe, to your community. And this follow your bliss, right? That's much more of a dictum of the left, right? A traditional right-wing perspective is that your life should primarily revolve around do your duty, right? Do your duty, that's a right-wing response, because do your duty implies that there's an objective standard of behavior and of right and wrong that exists outside of you, right? To follow your bliss is to embrace the buffered, enlightened, rationalist perspective on life, that through the use of your own cognitive resources and your own internal resources, that you can figure out what is right and wrong.
The obvious and easy example, and then it's a question of how far back from that are you willing to go to give families autonomy, and reasonable people can disagree. I mean, what we don't want is like the Charlotte Perkins Gilman or the chick from MSNBC.
So from a traditional perspective, you do not give families autonomy to desecrate objective standards of decency.
From 10 years ago.
Right. Your family might think it's cool that all family members get to have sex with each other. but virtually no tradition would consider that a-okay, even if it brings you a great deal of happiness to get it on with your aunt.
Talking about we have to move away from the idea of private ownership of children.
The Princeton professor who used to have an MSNBC show, right?
Yeah, I mean, like that's that's when people start saying we need to get away from the private ownership of children. That's when you flip the safety on your rifle, right? That's just crazy talk. And so somewhere in there's an argument. I don't think, and I think Hayek. I mean, I have to look at what he actually says about family, but his whole microcosm versus macrocosm stuff, and his respect for tradition.
Absolutely.
No one's going to say Hayek wasn't a classical liberal. I don't think that puts him on the unconservative side of a lot of the issues that you're raising. And like Meyer would just agree with everything that you said, but also just say that, but it's attention, right?
Absolutely.
And so I still struggle with, I'm indebted to our friend and colleague Ramesh Ponnuru, who 25 years ago said to me, libertarianism is the greatest political philosophy ever created. It just has two weak points: foreign policy and children.
Right.
If it didn't have those, if neither of those were an issue, it's very difficult. If everybody was just a fully formed, reasonable adult.
So I was starting my day reading the New York Times, and I found this bizarre article. So you heard about that trans murder court that seems to be responsible for about 6 murders. And here's the New York Times finally covering this trans murder court. But check out the angle. She, meaning a biological male who identifies as female, she wanted to save the world from AI. Then the killing started. So if you look at the individual and the individual's pursuit of happiness and the individual's rights as the primary prism through which to look at the political, then how do you oppose the transsexual movement or same-sex marriage, right? It's just individuals pursuing their happiness. And if an individual feels happier identifying as a member of the opposite sex, then how, from a classical liberal perspective, can you deny that, right? If the purpose of life is the pursuit of happiness for the individual, then it would come naturally that you would support transsexual identity and same-sex marriage. So here you've got a trans murder court getting front page attention in the New York Times. She, biological male, wanted to save the world from AI. Then the killing started. At first, Ziz seemed much like any other philosophically inclined young tech aspirant. Now she and her followers are in jail. 6 people are dead. And rationalists are examining whether their ideas played a role. So for the New York Times, it was the California rationalist community from which they came that is the most interesting part of this story, right? These guys are rationalists, right? Very little attention paid to their delusional trans identity. And the author is Christopher Beam. He attended rationalist community meetups and spoke with dozens of rationalists in the Bay Area and New York City for this article. So if you're a rationalist, you believe in the preeminence of reason, which is what people can use within their own buffered, enlightened identity. And people are not responsible primarily to tradition, to objective standards outside of themselves, right? If it's all about your own buffered identity and what you consider to be right and wrong, right, then it naturally flows that you identify as trans because, hey, that makes you happy.
It's very difficult to argue with the thrust of libertarianism, but we don't live that way. We have children and we have foreign policy. But anyway, I still struggle with this. Where are the major tectonic plates of classical liberalism and American conservatism rubbing against each other, and on a conceptual level? And you can see that. I think you're right about.
Well, I don't think that it's so much that the tectonic plates are running up against American conservatism. What they're running up against is traditionalism, right? Which is the other wing of conservatism, the other branch. And we've talked a lot about Frank Meyer. We should mention there's a new biography of Frank Meyer coming out later this summer by the conservative author Daniel J. Flynn. It's published through ISI Books. It looks very good. I have the galley. I haven't had time to read it, but I'm very much looking forward to it. Frank Meyer, this extremely important figure, the literary editor of National Review for many years, but also a columnist for National Review, who really explored the unique qualities of American conservatism and how conservatism in America is a balancing between liberty and virtue, freedom and order. And this is described by one of his opponents on the more traditionalist side, his friend, Brent Bozell Jr., as fusionism. And so fusionism became the word to describe essentially Buckleyism, the position of National Review, and for many years, the conservative movement. But what Meyer would say is that the tension is between...
I only made half of the point that I wanted to make, so let me recapitulate, when there are natural disasters in California, such as fires and floods, conservatives are quick to blame left-wing governance. When there are natural disasters in Texas, liberals are quick to attack conservative governance. Now, this seems silly, but these are opportunities to learn some harsh truths, because you'll more often find your political opponents delivering you harsh truths than your fellow members of a particular hero system, right? I often do not realize how stupid various conservative talking points are, or various famous conservatives have been, until I hear some devastating left-wing critique from places such as Decoding the Gurus. So you are much more likely to hear some tough truths and harsh truths if you stay open to the other side, because both left and right political leanings are the products of thousands of years of evolution, because in some situations a left-wing approach to life, a communist, or a openness to outsiders, or a veneration of education or rationalism, or the various benefits of a left-wing approach versus a right-wing approach. In some situations, the left-wing approach is simply more adaptive, and then in other situations, the right-wing approach is more adaptive, right? There are going to be some situations you get into where a authoritarian police state is the very best way to survive a particular challenge. So as a right-winger, my greatest fear is chaos. It's not corruption, it's not abuse, it's not lack of education. From a left-wing perspective, the typical greatest fear is racism and bigotry and lack of education. Right? For the classical liberal, right, it's classical liberalism that's most important. It's individual rights. From my more Hobbesian pessimistic perspective, we need a government to be a leviathan to protect us in a dangerous, chaotic world. So from a rational, empirical basis, I see absolutely no evidence that that Israel's attack on Iran will lead to regime change in Iran, let alone Russia and China. But from my non-empirical, non-rationalist perspective, my spidey sense, right, is that the odds of regime change in Iran, Russia, and China are much higher than the evidence suggests, right, when I leave the realm of the rational and the empirical. Elon Musk, right? I don't have much patience for those who want to divide people into good and bad, right? Most people have spheres of life where they're good and spheres of life where they suck. So I think Elon Musk is a free speech hero for buying Twitter and opening up discussions on Twitter. I think he's often been a brilliant entrepreneur, and sometimes he's a brilliant business visionary. He tends not to have a great deal of wisdom when it comes to politics, right? There's nothing about being a billionaire that gives you more wisdom on politics and current events. So the All In podcast largely aligns with my own right-wing leanings, but it's not a source of tremendous wisdom, right? I am good at constructing narratives, recognizing narratives, and deconstructing narratives, right? You would not want to employ me to do accounting all day. You would not want to make me the guy who checks the engines before the plane takes off, right? I enjoy a little too much for my own welfare saying provocative things that hurt other people's feelings. So this tendency makes me a little mad, a little bad, and a little dangerous to know. But this exact same quality sometimes translates into compelling live streams and blog posts. So Elon Musk has his strengths, but they don't come to political wisdom. Now he's starting his own political party, and what he's doing is a Substack post, not just dumb, it has zero chance of success, right? His coup attempt against Donald Trump has no hope of achieving its goals. The most it can do is derail a productive effort and to allow the left to win, right? Elon Musk acting out against Trump's big, beautiful bill seems to be overwhelmingly driven by vanity, ego, and stupidity, right? Heavy drug use seems the most likely explanation for a lot of Elon Musk's erratic behavior. He seems divorced from reality. He seems to be lashing out blindly. He seems to have no idea what he's doing. He seems out of his depth, and his political inexperience is going to generate problems for him and for those who follow him. So Musk was an asset to Trump, and now he's a huge liability, right? He's providing Trump's opponents with ammunition. He has set a terrible example, and the type of panic and despair and bad behavior that Elon Musk is demonstrating is contagious. right? It's embarrassing now to have to deal with Elon Musk's pronouncements on politics. Like, how did this unstable and frequently moronic person who was a heavy drug user, how did he get into such high positions in the Trump administration? He's got his own genius, but he has his own instability, and there are ways that he has been a tremendous asset for society, but there are also ways that he's an idiot. So people like Elon Musk, bad actors, try to create these hostage situations. They cause trouble because they know that getting rid of them will be trouble. And Elon Musk is now embarrassing to MAGA. And you see every anti-Trump figure who used to be pro-Trump following the same pattern, right? They lose status, they get ejected from practical politics, to which Trump provided their only access, because of their bad behavior and their bad judgment. And then they realize their only potential path back to influence is to engineer some kind of catastrophic collapse that will get Trump and his supporters out of the way, without regard to the wider consequences that that collapse would create. Right. This is people like Representative Massey and Senator Rand Paul, when they tried to block Trump's big, beautiful bill. And this type of sabotage is not a natural, normal, healthy reaction to a loss of status. Right. Jeff Sessions was fired by Trump, and Trump was unfair to Jeff Sessions, but Sessions did not go on a jihad against Donald Trump, because he's a patriot who loves his country and wants good things to happen to his country, even if it does not give him high status. For people like Elon Musk, the only way to get rid of the threat they pose is to get rid of them. Right? To piss test him at an inconvenient moment and take away his security clearance. Right? Charging him with assault on a federal official for attacking Scott Bassett. All right, I'm not promoting this Substack essay. I'm just sharing it with you. Right. Musk is demonstrating that he's only going to get worse and that he doesn't learn from his mistakes. He makes many real, substantial contributions, but he does not and should not have a license to F everything up forever. And perhaps similar harsh treatment should be extended to anyone who supports Musk against Trump here. And the essay concludes, there are basically zero standards on the American right. It's incredible that these kind of characters are tolerated and excused. Someone like Musk can engage in bad behavior for years and still be welcomed for merely saying the right words.
The classical liberal ideals, which he was very sympathetic to in many ways, mostly. And then the traditionalist ideals. He thought they both worked together because of the unique nature of America, because America was founded 250 years ago next year, prior to the revolutions in Europe, that these two things, freedom and virtue, could work together in the United States, where in other contexts they could not. That's where the tectonic plates are rubbing up against each other. And to take the geographic or geological analogy, it's the fault line is in America. Mm-hmm. Right? It's like, how do you straddle this fault line? Where do you come down on which side? And I think conservatives would say that classical liberalism has a lot to go for it when it comes to how you're setting up a political system, how you are addressing the economy, right? But there are some questions that it leaves unanswered that have to deal in particular with kind of the family, the church, and then ultimately the nation state.
Yeah, I mean, Strauss, and not just Strauss, but, part of I think Strauss was a friend of, he said he was a friend of democracy, he's a friend of...
Oy vey, invocation of Leo Strauss, who was a big promoter of religion, even though he declined to be religious. He was a big promoter of Zionism, even though he didn't spend much time in Israel. He essentially claimed that he had the big decoder ring to understand what the ancient philosophers really meant. Leo Strauss is very much an intellectual con man. Essentially, he wanted to make a world safe for Jews, but he wouldn't be honest and note his agenda. So George Gilder wrote a provocative book published about 15 years ago. It's called The Israel Test. right? Has how Israel's genius enriches and challenges the world. And he's onto something, right? This is far from the complete word on anti-Jewish sentiment, but he's onto something, right? Some of the hatred of Jews and some of the hatred of Jewish state is simply hatred of excellence. And I just read this on Substack. Palestinianism is a dumping ground. It's a catch-all container for every resentful ideology, every broken theory, every radical cause. Marxists, post-colonialists, jihadists, queer activists, anarchists, environmentalists, anti-capitalists, and anti-Semites all pour their agenda into it. It is the perfect host. It's just vague enough to absorb anything, just angry enough to justify everything. Muslims use it to legitimize jihad and martyrdom. Marxists use it to revive class warfare under the guise of anti-Zionism. Post-colonial theorists use it to attack the West without touching Islam. Intersectional activists use it to link Palestine to trans rights and racial justice. Academics use it to inject critical theory into international politics. Palestinianism is where incompatible ideologies suddenly find unity. What binds them isn't a coherent vision of justice. It's a shared enemy of Israel, United States, the West, the Jewish and Christian worlds, the dominant structure and order of the modern world. Palestinianism is the dumping ground where failed ideologies go to be reborn. Something to that. Far from the full word, not necessarily a fair critique, but certainly a provocative one.
The democracy in the West and all of that kind of stuff, even though people to this day keep doubting him about that. But one of the overlaps you can get from Hayek and Strauss and a bunch of others is that free societies, liberal societies, need somewhat illiberal institutions to form character, right? Mm-hmm. The family being the most important by far isn't.
Yeah, liberalism is not functional in and of itself. It has to attach itself to something like nationalism to work.
Illiberal or non-liberal institution. It is prior to political theory. And what I mean by that is, something that's not a democracy, right? It's like it can't be a democracy because you can't give. At some point, you give children more and more agency in their lives, but in the beginning, you don't give them very much, and it's very contrailed because you're trying to turn them from barbarians into citizens, and that's how character formation starts. But character formation works in a lot of other institutions that cannot be democratic. Doesn't mean they have to be. People think it's. I find this fascinating. If you tell people that certain institutions can't be democratic, they think you're against democracy. And I was like, well, do you think the Marines should be democratic? do you think, McDonald's should be democratic and the cashiers get a vote on what's on the menu?
Right. Very little of reality is democratic. The world does not live by democracy. I love having a democratic element to our governance, and it's just one element. We also have dictatorial elements, socialist elements, capitalist elements, right? I'm glad that we have elections. But most of the world does not operate along democratic lines, nor should it.
We understand this intuitively all over the place, but people, they have this reflexive response when you make these kinds of points. And so a free society needs non-free institutions to create the kind of character that appreciates a free society. Mm-hmm. And
yeah, if you're a normal person on the right, you recognize that human nature is not basically good. And if once you recognize that human nature is not basically good, freedom cannot be your highest value because you recognize that human beings, if left to their own devices, will abuse freedom. So from a traditional right-wing perspective, there are many values higher than freedom, such as responsibility and doing your duty and conforming to an objective standard of right and wrong and appropriate behavior that exists objectively outside of you.
And this plays into something, we talk about a lot, which is, the way primaries have ruined the Democratic and Republican Party, our political parties.
So this was a question that I wanted to raise earlier in the show. For 2 decades, international relations scholars like John Mearsheimer have debated whether China can rise peacefully. I think now the question at hand is, can China fall peacefully? Right? China's gone into a relative decline vis-a-vis the United States, and we appear to have a major power shift at the top of the Chinese political hierarchy. And we seem perhaps to be headed, China seems to be headed in a more pragmatic direction. And so I hope and I suspect that this might make it a little easier for China to fall apart peacefully without the deaths of millions of people.
And I think that that's the part of the tension that, at an abstract level, at the level of sort of theory, classical liberalism struggles. I mean, again, Hayek is fine with everything I just said. In fact, I get a lot of it from Hayek. But
can I point out maybe one source of the tension is because I think what you're saying is that at the end of the day, you have to have rules.
Right.
So classical liberalism is for rules about how we govern the country, rules about economic intervention or the lack thereof. But in the non-liberal institutions you're describing, the rules are often not rational.
Right. Because humans aren't rational.
The classical liberals are rational.
So why do we have so many international relations scholars focusing on can China rise peacefully? The new Cold War with China, the threat of China, how America needs to change to confront China, why America is being outshone by China, the China threat, right? Why so much production along these lines when the evidence and the truth is that China's in a lot of trouble? Because there are more jobs available if you hype up the threat of China. There are more jobs for international relations scholars if you hype the threat of China. Now, China is falling. It is declining. It is spiraling downhill. But there are no jobs to be gained. There is no status to be gained by noting that China is falling apart in general, but for academics. Now, for popular geostrategic influencers like Peter Zeihan, right? He has been making provocative statements about how China is about to fall apart for more than 2 decades, right? And so he grabs attention by making very confident proclamations about many things that are quite removed from reality. I remember about 2 years ago, he was talking about how there'd never be another version of the iPhone because of the collapse of globalism. And back in 2005, he was making very confident proclamations that China was going to fall apart in the next 10 years. So for more than 2 decades, Peter Zeihan has been releasing commentary about how China was going to fall apart in the next 5 years. So for the influencer, right, there are all sorts of marketing and professional and status chasing reasons to opine on how China's falling apart. But for the academic, right, the intellectual, right, this person who wants a post at a major university, right, all the incentives align with hyping up the Chinese threat. Just as if you're in the public health game, right, you're going to get more money, more status, more prestige if you hype up threats to public health rather than diminishing them.
They have a theory. They perceive the world in a certain way, and based on that perception and judgment, they say this is how things should run. But families are instinctual,
right,
and old, right, and there's no real. It's hard to give the reasons for why a family works the way it does.
So, traditional people, religious people, tribalists, and nationalists put a lot more value on instincts rather than on the pure individualist exercise of reason. Because if we have instincts in how we organize ourselves, and that these ways of organizing ourselves are time-tested, and you have a tremendous fear of chaos, which tends to be the biggest number one right-wing fear, traditionalist fear of chaos and anarchy, right, then you have much more respect for traditional ways of doing things and traditional responses to reality that may not necessarily sound the most rationally and cognitively compelling.
And how kids are raised, hopefully in an upright manner. And when you turn to the church, well, that's based on revelation, right? Not reason. Divine revelation structures churches or religious faith. And even the nation, the way that nations behave is not always rational. Far from it, right? Because it's, as Thucydides says, right, the cause of war is...
And that which is rational is not coterminous or co-equal with that which is effective or truthful. Right, you can go in the most bizarre directions with your rationality.
Is honor, interest, and fear. All of these things that are not necessarily...
Right, honor, interest, and fear tend to drive people who are traditional in their approach to right.
The rational interest may be the one.
Interest is the one, right?
But honor and fear You
Right.
can't. So I think that's how I would kind of draw the distinctions. The classical liberals are looking for these rules derived from reason, and a conservative says, look, there are things that we inherit, and we probably shouldn't investigate the reasons for them all too much.
Right. If you're more conservative than you are classical liberal, the more emphasis you place on a reality that is objective and exists outside of you, to which you should conform.
Because they've worked. And as you say, this is what Hayek points out in his defense of tradition, his excellent defense. They've worked over time. It's a learning process over time. But what liberals get up to no good, Jonah, is when they start kind of tinkering with the machinery and they say, well, this makes no sense.
Right. If you're on the right, you have a fear of anarchy, disorder, and you have a fear that if you pull a thread on the order of things, if you rejigger the objective conceptions of right and wrong and reality that your community has, that the whole thing might come crashing down because civilization is so fragile.
We should pull it out. And the next thing you know, the car breaks down.
Right. Yeah, no, it's the Chesterton's fence problem, right? And
Right. Chesterton said that traditionalist who sees a fence suspects that there's probably a very good reason why it's there and doesn't just pull it down because the rational reason for its existence is not obvious to him.
And which is on the remnant bingo card. So I recently, we're running out of time, but so I recently wrote this unforgivably long essay for the Dispatch about how there are big chunks of the American, let's call it the new right, and let's stipulate up front, just so we don't have to like constantly say, I'm not saying, caveating things. The new right is more diverse than certainly the way the mainstream media writes about it.
Yes.
And
it's neurodiverse. It's on the spectrum.
Yeah, and it's also and much more diverse than a lot of the new right claims it is, right? So that's part of the problem, is that a lot of people.
So a lot of adaptive behavior is ugly, it's violent, it's angry, it's seemingly irrational. And if you're a traditionalist and you're on the right, you are more respectful of traditional ways of doing things, even if they don't sound rational. So there is very ugly thing going on in Israel's West Bank, where there are some settlers that are just behaving terribly. So here's the Financial Times. Israel's quiet war in the West Bank. A Palestinian village was forcibly emptied this week. Its former residents say more will follow. In the past 2 years, Jewish settlers have set fire to a mosque, attacked this community school, and stolen livestock from its villagers. Then Thursday night, dozens of these settlers entered this remote Palestinian community in the occupied West Bank after days of harassment, during which they ransacked property, set up an outpost next to the village, and told the locals that they had to leave, and now the locals have left. So ugly behavior here by some Israeli settlers who've also gone to war with Israel's own police force. But the context for this is the control of the West Bank is absolutely essential for Israel's survival. And if people are doing ugly, brutal, illiberal, nasty, bigoted things to preserve and protect themselves from a traditional perspective, right, you recognize the incentives at work, and you recognize that for a sane people, their number one priority will be their survival. So the more Palestinians that Jewish Israelis can encourage to leave Gaza and the West Bank, the more that's in the interests of the Jewish state, even if it's illiberal and nasty. And so this settler behavior is uncouth, but a lot of uncouth behavior is allied with a group's self-interest, right? Israel is not made stronger by the presence of millions of people who hate it, right? That makes Israel weaker. Israel needs the West Bank for its own protection and survival. It's too narrow, too small without it. And so the incentives for survival overwhelmingly push in the direction of settlers being really nasty and uncouth towards Palestinians living in the West Bank. And I wish that wasn't true. I wish the incentives were for radical love and inclusion between peoples. But the world doesn't seem to work that way.
On the new right want to claim they're part of this mass unified movement, when in fact it's a whole bunch of different factions who hate each other, who are claiming or fighting for primacy, fighting for different priorities. Some of those priorities on the new right are anti-Semitic or isolationist or racist, and some aren't. and some are post-liberal.
And another way of describing people who are racist, isolationist, and whatever other bad thing they were, is that they are people with a different hero system who love something different than Jonah Goldberg. And so a different word for hate is that you love a group that is threatened by another group, an outgroup that has ill intentions towards your group. You want to preserve and protect your group, and so therefore you hate that which threatens it. Right? People on the right, people with a traditional perspective on life, tend to be much more skeptical and have more negative feelings about strangers. And if you say it's okay to have negative, bigoted feelings about strangers, right, that's going to make some tiny groups quite uncomfortable, because Jews, for example, will be strangers everywhere they go that's not a Jewish state. And if you say that having these negative feelings about strangers is okay, then you seem to be justifying anti-Semitism, which is like the worst thing you can ever do.
Serious post-liberal thinkers like Deneen and Vermeulen and those guys, and some are what social scientists call morons. And so that's all stipulated. I put it to you, sir, that vast swaths of the new right are not, in fact, conservative. The right wing, I can't really argue with that, but in their radicalism and in their antipathy for, among other things, those terrible democratic norms.
Yeah. There are many situations where the more adaptive approach to life is not conservatism or classical liberalism. It is something closer to Hobbes' Leviathan. It's something closer to an authoritarian police state where xenophobia towards foreigners is encouraged.
But also just norms in general, about character, about tradition, about culture, about civility, and all that kind of stuff.
Right. A normal, healthy outlook on life is that survival, protection, prosperity, and growing dignity for your group is more important than the values that Jonah just listed.
They are not conservative. And I think that this is an important point to emphasize, since we started out talking about William F. Buckley, because William F. Buckley was conservative in terms of a lot of those things I was just describing. And he recognized that there were a lot of elements on the right that were not conservative and should not be included inside the
Yeah, and people start embracing these right-wing movements outside of conservatism because they realized that conservatism didn't conserve much, that it wasn't effective, and it wasn't an accurate representation of reality, and it did not meet their most important needs.
Intent as conservatives if you're going to build this political movement that he was trying to build. So how do you think it's fair to say that a lot of the new right is not conservative? And B, do you think it matters?
Sure. Well, I liked your piece. I wrote a similar piece.
I don't know about you, but whenever I'm considering a political question, my number one concern is this conservative? Would Jonah Goldberg consider this true conservatism? That's my greatest concern.
A couple of years ago, for Commentary magazine, based off a reading of a collection of new writings that was
I missed that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a few years ago. It's okay. I'll send you my complete CV after we finish this recording, so you can catch up, Jonah.
It'll take forever to print it out.
So both Jonah and Matthew Continetti are very easy to listen to, and I really enjoy Matthew Continetti. I think he's my favorite person who provides daily commentary after Mark Halperin.
I'm going to leave the norms debate aside a little bit,
Okay.
and I'm just going to focus on policy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a great post on social media the other day from someone. I guess they were posting some description from a mainstream media source saying, the MAGA faction, which is against support for Israel, against Operation Midnight Hammer, against Iran's nuclear facilities.
Right. A normal, healthy reaction for an American is to prioritize American interests, not Israel's interests. And this is what I tweeted earlier. Control of the West Bank is essential to Israel's security, right? Compared to survival, right? There should be no other value as high to a state or a people. So if your survival depends upon some members of your group being very nasty and brutish to an outgroup, then you should support that nastiness, right? It's not moral to publicly undercut your own group's survival. then I was just looking at the Washington Post before the show. One of the Supreme Court's sharpest critics sits on it. Wow, who's this? Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson emerges as a strong voice on an unusually fractious U.S. Supreme Court. So I would rewrite this headline to one of the Supreme Court's dumbest critics sits on it.
Against reforms to the Medicaid program and for increasing taxes on the wealthy. And I wish I could give credit to the poster, but this person who I follow said, yeah, you know what that's called? 1980s liberalism, right? It's not conservatism.
Yeah.
It's just not. So I take it from the point of view is my conservative belief system lends me to certain positions on issues. Those positions tend to give the maximum degree of individual freedom for adults that's consistent with public order at home, and a foreign policy that pursues the interests of the United States to make this country secure, prosperous, and free. Okay, and that is anti-totalitarian.
So my father was a Seventh-day Adventist theologian until, in his own telling, he could no longer could no longer respect his conscience and its promptings that were driving him to speak out against the central and distinctive platform of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. And so his conscience drove him, and he had to speak out against the heavenly sanctuary doctrine, the distinctive doctrine of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. So my father was put on trial by the church hierarchy, and he was pummeled for a week, and he was outfoxed by a far superior political player, the head of the hierarchical Seventh-day Adventist Church, Elder Neil Wilson, whose son, I believe, runs the current Seventh-day Adventist Church, the General Conference President, I think that's the title. And when my father was put on trial, I remember him uttering the immortal words of Martin Luther, "Here I stand, I can do no other, so help me God." So I was raised with this veneration of martyrdom, veneration of following the dictates of your conscience. But if your conscience is prompting you to do things that are against your group's interests, I would urge you to rethink the promptings of your conscience. The promptings of the conscience do not get much respect in traditional Judaism. So one way of understanding the differences between Judaism and Christianity is that about 2,000 years ago, a group of Jews came along and said, my conscience compels me to deviate from traditional Jewish ways of understanding. And so you then got the rise of Christianity. So from a traditional Jewish perspective, God stopped speaking directly to the prophets about 2,200 years ago. From a Christian perspective, there was a new divine prophet. Jesus came along 2,000 years ago. From a Seventh-day Adventist perspective, the latest and greatest and most precise articulation of the divine will was transmitted to the founders of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. So in the religion in which I was raised, there's this notion of ongoing progressive revelation that gets ever clearer and more precise and more powerful. So Judaism, traditional Judaism, instead puts a priority on an objective standard that exists outside of oneself. So traditional Judaism is much more right-wing and traditional compared to Christianity. Christianity came along and said, hey, listen to the promptings of your conscience. We've got this story here that God came to earth to save you from your sins. And if you simply accept this belief, you are then saved eternally. And follow your conscience. And that became, in particular, the focus of Protestantism, which is a very individualist religion, which puts the focus on individual salvation to the next world. Follow your conscience is not a traditional approach to life. It's not a traditionally right-wing or tribal or nationalist approach to life. It's much more of a left-wing approach to life, because the more right-wing you are, the more skeptical you are about human nature. And if you're skeptical of human nature, you don't want people deciding things on the basis of their conscience. You want people deciding what is right and wrong and what is appropriate for them to do based on objective standards of behavior arrived at by a group and developed by a group over a long time. And the traditional understanding is that what a group develops and ways of doing things developing over a long period of time is more likely to be a good way to go than what some individual and his conscience come up to. It is so much easier to fool your conscience than it is to fool the group. Right? You're not going to have much success if you're a member of an Orthodox Jewish synagogue and you start telling members of your synagogue that they're doing everything wrong. So big difference between right and left, between Christianity and Judaism, is how much strength and priority do you give to individual faith and conscience and whim. And I was looking at the New York Times, and today I found a column by the former United States Senator from Arizona, Jeff Flake. And he's got a devastating critique of MAGA here. In today's G.O.P., voting your conscience is disqualifying. Well, any cohesive, coherent movement that gets things done is going to stigmatize voting your conscience. The reason that Trump is getting so much done this term compared to the first is because of the power of MAGA to discourage people from voting their conscience. A Republican Party where people are encouraged to vote their conscience is going to be an ineffective party that gets consistently outmaneuvered by its opponents. So Jeff Flake wants the Republican Party to be more individualist and conscience-centered. And I want the Republican Party to stand up for safety, protection, and dignity for Americans. And I really don't give that much regard for the individual conscience. So, do you remember where you were when 8 years ago Jeff Flake stood on the floor of the United States Senate and announced that I would not run for re-election? I spoke then of a fever in our politics that I hope would soon break, that in today's Republican Party, anything short of complete and unquestioning loyalty to Donald Trump was deemed unacceptable and suspect. Well, the GOP aligning with Trump has put it in power and enabled it to get things done. The GOP not aligned with Donald Trump would be less likely to be in power and much less effective. So we have a Senator Tom Tillis announcing that he will not seek re-election because independent thinking has become an endangered species in the Republican Party. Well, independent thinking is not usually going to receive applause from your group and lead to greater group trust and group cohesion and group effectiveness if it violates the traditions and priorities of the group. So what are we going to do without people like Tom Tillis and Jeff Flake in positions of power? How will we ever carry on? At least we've got each other. And I know that you want more for your life. And you're here with a community of fellow truth seekers who want more for their life.
Authoritarian, anti-communist. There are plenty of people now who are part of the Republican coalition who, as you well know, hate my guts, hate your guts, disagree with everything that I just said. And they want the Republican Party to turn into a vehicle for a kind of working class, big government populism that is also Fortress America. That is an America that just says, we're not going to engage with the world unless maybe, someone sends a fleet of ships to Key Largo. Then maybe we'll get involved. That, to me...
That's a canard. Right, MAGA stands for American Intervention Abroad. That is clearly aligned with American interests. It's not for reserving any intervention overseas to life and death struggles.
Runs against the American conservative traditions that I trace back even to the 1930s. The truth is that we keep referring to America first, but the foreign policy context is very different today. Right? American power is very different today. Also, history has happened. So we know the lessons of American isolationism in the interwar period, right? So I think it depends on who you're talking about. If you're talking about this group that was called...
So rationalists and classical liberals and these pseudo-profound pundits, right? They put a lot more faith in the lessons of history as though there are these obvious lessons of history than do people on the right and traditionalists.
Calling for increasing taxes on the wealthy as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill that is anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, anti-American intervention overseas to protect a key American interest that 4 American presidents of both parties have said that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if you're talking about, and this gets to kind of the norms, but if you're getting to the point where you hear people saying that the Constitution is passé, we're living in a, the Constitution no longer matters, all we need is a strong man. Trump 28 regardless of whatever the Constitution says. Those are not, they're not conservatives. They're not. But they are part of this coalition. They are part of this Republican Party. And so it's making the Republican debate, to me, as I mentioned in a Free Press piece that's out today on June 24th, actually more interesting than what used to be the debate between the parties.
Mm-hmm.
We used to have a debate between the parties, but now, like, most of the Democratic Party or the non-woke part has migrated into the Republican Party. And so our intra-coalitional debates are actually more dynamic and interesting and
no major political player on the right or pundit on the right says the Constitution doesn't matter. What people in the new right or non-conservative right-wingers in America will wager, and I will wager too, that there are things more important than the Constitution, that sometimes the process matters more than the ends, sometimes the means matter more than the ends, but sometimes the ends matter more than the means. Sometimes there are more important values than the Constitution. So in Judaism, there are Orthodox Jews who believe that the ultimate end in life is effectively obeying Jewish law, that the ultimate measure of what is right and true and good and holy is observing Jewish law. But then there are a contingent with which I would align that believes that there is meta-halakhic morality, that there is a standard of right and wrong, goodness, truth, and beauty that exists above and outside of Jewish law, and that the purpose of Jewish law is to point one towards ultimate truth, beauty, justice, God's will. And the ultimate purpose of the Constitution is not the fulfillment of this particular document, right? The ultimate purpose of the Constitution is to be another aid in the preservation, protection, ever-increasing dignity, safety, and prosperity of a particular people at a particular place in time. So I am much more concerned with the welfare, protection, and dignity of the American people, my fellow citizens, than I am with following the dictates of the Constitution. Now, I think the Constitution is an excellent guide for how we should conduct ourselves. I have respect, veneration for the Constitution. It's great, but I would say that there are more important things in the Constitution, just as in reality, for the observant Jews, sometimes the most important question is not to ask whether or not something's halakhic, but to ask, is this the right, true, beautiful, good thing to do in consultation with the halakha? But recognize that you can be disgusting with the consent of the Torah, and you can be disgusting and self-destructive with the consent of the Constitution.
Polarizing and vicious than the inter-party debate. Now, how long that will last, I don't know, but I do think it's key. On drawing limits, just briefly, yeah, Buckley had a few rules. I mean, the key figure here, there are a couple, but one is George Wallace, the Alabama governor, who was a New Deal, working Southern Democrat populist who had tremendous popularity in the North when he ran for president. Buckley made it a point to always say that Wallace could not be an American conservative because Wallace still had faith in the centralized bureaucratic state. And I think that's a line rather we have to draw. I agree with that. And the other key figure is Robert Welch, the founder of the John Birch Society. And the debate between Buckley and the Birchers, very complicated. It went on for several years, but the principle involved was American conservatism should not have room for conspiracy theorists and anti-Semites. Once these elements get into a movement or get into a country, they destroy that movement in that country. And it's not just that Buckley felt conspiracism and anti-Semitism were wrong. He also knew that if they were allowed to imbue his movement that he was trying to get off the launch pad, so to speak, the whole enterprise would fail. And so I think we have to draw similar lines today, whether it's about the role of the state.
So you cannot accomplish anything big without organizing, and you cannot effectively organize without developing a bureaucracy, and you cannot exercise social power, and you cannot protect your people without a bureaucracy, right? A bureaucracy and a hierarchy of that bureaucracy is absolutely essential, that there are certain parts of governance that absolutely require a Leviathan. Now, there are rare, blessed occasions when you can just make contracts with people and you don't necessarily need a Leviathan to keep your community safe. But on the whole, most people, most of the time, need a Leviathan protecting them, or they're going to get into a great deal of trouble. And the only way you can effectively have a Leviathan protecting you is if you give it a great deal of power. So I would side with the paleocons as opposed to the conservatives on a consistent basis.
Whether it's about kind of the mentality that doesn't just support Wallace because he hates intellectuals and he says there's no difference between the parties and he says that he's going to crack down on lawbreaking, but also kind of likes Wallace's flirtation with authoritarianism. I mean, the personality. I mean, to hear these, there's a great description of a Wallace rally in Gary Wills's book Nixon Agonistes, and you see a lot sometimes in American politics as well. The kind of the main figure on stage getting the crowd excited, and the devotion to this personality rather than to any broader set of ideas or
guys. Former Governor George Wallace, bad man. Why was he a bad man? Because he stood for segregation, and segregation is bad. No, segregation is also the natural inclination of most people most of the time, right? Most people most of the time want to segregate themselves with people like themselves, but it's bad, right? Reality is bad. Don't be real, right? Sign on to the utopian project, right? Ever more litigation and government intervention in our most private choices. That's going to restore a higher quality of life and social cohesion, social trust if we allow the government to regulate who we employ and who we rent our apartments to, and more litigation. That's the way to go.
Platform planks. So that should not be part of the American conservative movement, and nor should anti-Semitism and conspiracism. All because it's wrong, but also because ultimately it's not going to succeed. It's going to marginalize conservatism once again in the United States at a time when I think as a conservative there is so much to be excited about. And the goal of Buckley, we always have to remember, was to take these ideas that he
right. The brutal truth is different groups have different interests and different priorities and different gifts and different grifts, and recognizing that different groups are facing competing incentives. Right, and the more intense the conflict of incentives when you've got different groups like living with each other in the same place, right, you have the creation of tragedy. That's just reality.
He inherited from his father that he marinated in growing up as a child, and take these ideas and bring them out of the wilderness where FDR had placed them.
Thank God.
The Democratic Party was a coalitional party and the Republican Party is an ideational, his word, party. And what he just meant by
yeah, this is what right-wing hucksters want to promote. It's like the Republican Party. It's a party of ideas. America's an idea. It's a very exciting and pseudo-profound thing to say that helps enable one to make a living in conservatism incorporated. Doesn't match reality. Not particularly good for America, but it's good for the narrow self-interest of those promoting this nonsense, like Jonah Goldberg.
That is that if you... Republican Party says, if you agree with us on 7 out of 10 of these things, you should be in our party. And the Democratic Party was like, it was an explanation for, which I've used for years, about why the party of the Teamsters was also the party of gay marriage, right? Is because it was a we'll scratch your back, you scratch ours kind of organization. The Democratic Party has come a cropper because of that, found that structure. But the problem with the Republican Party in the era of Trump is...
Well, the Democratic Party became the coalition of the fringe, united against the white Christian core of the United States. And the very reality that some peoples have been in this country for longer than other peoples, that some people are closer to the core of real American than other peoples, that the core of a country is going to have much higher levels of patriotism and self-sacrifice and participation in civic activities than people who feel marginalized. Right, these basic realities will not be well received in conservatism incorporated.
Is that
there is often a very big price to saying basic truths.
While a lot of people will make the argument that because Trump is going to deliver on 7 out of the 10 things that you believe on, you should be part of the party. And I understand that argument. But the thing that holds the actual coalition together now is really basically just support for one man. It's the cult of personality aspect. You can rationalize on ideational, on ideological.
People support Donald Trump to the extent that he is providing something of value for them. Sometimes it's entertainment value, but it's largely a matter of substance. Donald Trump is substantially aligned with how a majority of voting Americans see as their own protection, their own self-interest, their own prosperity, and their own dignity. As Democratic consultant who's on Mark Halperin's show, I'm blanking on his name, but he makes the very strong, solid point. Donald Trump wins on substance. It's not a cult of personality. That is just one manifestation. What it is, primarily, people align with Donald Trump to the extent that it's in their best interest, just as people allied with Barack Obama to the extent they saw that as in their best interest, or people ally with Xi Jinping or any other politician to the extent they see that that politician representing their own safety, their own prosperity, their own dignity.
Logical grounds, commitment to the coalition, and you can certainly make arguments about the transactional this and transactional that, and I get it. And some of those arguments, I mean, it's going
right. So for people like Jonah Goldberg, they put their own prestige and their own importance ahead of the best interests of America, and so they oppose Donald Trump, and they oppose having more conservative Supreme Court justices, the preservation of free speech, the development of more secure borders. They oppose all the substantially conservative things that Donald Trump is getting done, because if they do not diminish Donald Trump, their own status is diminished, right? Donald Trump doesn't speak the flowery, beautiful words of people like Jonah Goldberg and the pundits of Conservatism Incorporated. And so this rough-speaking man coming from the world of construction and reality TV is able to get so much done by comparison to how little Conservatism Incorporated got done. So the rise of Donald Trump means that Jonah Goldberg's status is diminished. And Jonah Goldberg does not like that. He is fighting against the diminishment of his status.
Going to be years before a contrary word about Donald Trump comes out of John Podhoretz's mouth because of what Trump has done with Iran, and I get it.
Right. He is living in a fantasy world. John Podhoretz is highly critical of Donald Trump. If you're saying the safety and protection of your people is far more important than any of Donald Trump's vulgarities, for the normal person, that's how you think. But if your sense of worth is primarily based on your metrics and how much attention you get, then no matter how good Donald Trump is in accomplishing the things that you say you stand for, right, you'll still passionately oppose him if that's the way to make a good living and to achieve a certain status.
But if the ultimate priority is if the defining test, particularly for jobs, is loyal.
For a healthy person, right, their primary principle should be the safety, preservation, protection, and prosperity of their people. But for people like Jonah Goldberg, the greatest good is some abstract agreement with certain abstract articulations of classical liberalism. So do you care primarily about people, or do you care about your vulgar understanding of ideas from John Locke?
Loyalty to a personality, then by definition, as a fact of logic, things like anti-Semitism or
right. So these things like anti-Semitism, these are just cheap put-downs. I don't want to think hard, so I'm just going to throw out a bunch of slurs about people who have a hero system that is different from mine.
De facto socialism, whether you would call it nationalism or not, industrial policy, all these kinds of things, or rank in common.
On a reality basis, right? Sometimes using some socialism or some protectionism is what's best aligned with the preservation, protection, and prosperity of a particular people in a particular place at a particular point of time, even if it violates the precepts of John Locke and the U.S. Constitution.
Competence matter less. And so it's great that and I support what Trump did in Iran. We'll see by the time this airs, maybe, we're all in a nuclear rubble. But for now, I support what he did. I think it was the right thing to do. I have caveats about, the war powers stuff and all that, but that's a different argument. But it's great to celebrate all that. It also just sucks that, like, the White House, the Pentagon press secretary has this history of anti-Semitism. And that used to be a litmus test kind of thing where you just say, well, that person can't can't get a job because look what they've said. Or that guy Paul Ingrassia couldn't get a job because look what he said. And the dynamics of the coalition building on the right now are really, really weird, where you can be in good standing by being a loyalist, but having absolutely heretical ideas. And that's why I take your point about how the intramural arguments are more exciting now. My problem.
Right. This reminds me of growing up at Seventh-day Adventism with all these invocations of heresy. Right. Jonah Goldberg is not religious. He has transmuted his normal, natural religious tendencies towards making a religion of his own understanding of classical liberalism.
Problem is I find very, very, very few, there's some, respectable interlocutors in those debates, because at the end of the day, most of the arguments.
Right. This is a very common con job by gurus and pundits and the shallow purveyors of pseudo profundity. That I just wish I had good faith critics. If only there were just more good faith critics. I know that I would be improved by good faith criticism, but everyone who provides substantial criticism of me, they're operating in bad faith. So I can easily dismiss them, and I don't have to wrestle with anything uncomfortable.
It's made, the second the issue of Trump comes up, become pretextual. And they start from the conclusion Trump is right and they reason backwards.
Right. Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing. Right? It is such a catchy and pithy summary of people who passionately oppose the man who is getting more done towards the ideals that these anti-Trumpsters say they really stand for.
And if you have a serious commitment to post-liberalism or any of these other ideas, from time to time,
a normal, sane person has a serious commitment to the welfare, prosperity, safety, preservation, and dignity of a particular people in a particular place in a particular time. He has a much stronger commitment to this people than he does to these abstract notions of classical liberalism. Right? You have to be some kind of warped weirdo to put a higher priority on these abstract philosophies of which you only have a meager understanding than a concrete commitment to a concrete people in a concrete place in a concrete period of time.
You should be very cross with what Donald Trump does because he violates all ideological strictures. And
right, he puts his highest priority on abiding by ideological strictures. That's not how the world works. All right, the type of ideological stricture that is adaptive today becomes maladaptive tomorrow when the situation changes. Right? Jonah Goldberg's at war with reality. Right? There are all sorts of approaches across the political spectrum that become more or less adaptive as people change, circumstances change, situations change, feelings change, times change. Right? It is not marked out by the will of heaven that any one political partisan ideology is blessed by God. Right? When I look at the reality of things in America now over the past 70 years, I see that the paleo-conservative perspective is right on almost everything, but I don't feel a great partisan reverence or need to abide by paleo-conservatism. It seems to have described an adaptive approach to reality over the past 70 years, but it might totally go off the tracks tomorrow. Right? I'm right-wing, but I don't have any dedication to any particular understanding of right-wing, and I don't even have a particular devotion to the right-wing. I recognize that, say, during COVID, more left-wing, big government approaches were simply more effective than the conservatism incorporated approach.
And I feel like it's very revealing that the one place where a lot of people have been willing to actually stand up to Trump among the sort of sycophantic loyalist crowd is the defense of Israel. I mean, that kind of tells you there's a revealed prior there that I think is very interesting, but we don't need to get into all that. My only point is that I think that this is a more depressing time because what Buckley actually cared about was arguments, was actually fight.
This is a more depressing time because Jonah Goldberg is being consistently humiliated by reality, and so he's depressed. Right? Why do people get depressed? Because they are not meeting the challenges of reality. If you're winning at life, you are rarely depressed. If you enjoy good relations, first of all, with yourself, second, with your family, your spouse, your kids, your extended family, your friends, your community, your work colleagues, right? You are very rarely depressed. Depression happens when you're losing at life and you have an evolutionary incentive now that you feel depressed to dial back your exertions. You will much more naturally incline towards just lying in bed instead of trying to do things in the world when you are depressed. And there are good evolutionary reasons for this, because if you are depressed, it means that your efforts, your energies, your direction, your understanding of reality is maladaptive. And when you're depressed, you get to stop exerting yourself. You get to stop doing things. You get to stop trying to push your conception of reality and on other people. And if you're a normal depressed person, you step back from life. And that gives you time and space to reconsider the nature of reality. And then you get to reformulate your conception of reality and where you want your efforts to go. And then you play in your mind, how might this work out in reality? How might my new understanding of reality work out with myself, with my spouse, with my kids, with my family, my extended family, my friends, my community, my synagogue, my stamp club, my bar, my workplace? And then you think about how a new understanding of reality will work out for you, a new direction for your efforts, how that might work out. And then you see, oh, this isn't going to work out because of this component of my new perspective on life. So you have time to reconfigure your understanding of reality and where you will direct your efforts. And then you launch back into life. And if things start working for you more effectively, you will become less depressed. Jonah Goldberg is depressed because his map of reality and his level of exertion is not giving him the rewards that he seeks. And so he should use the opportunity of his depression to rethink his priors, to rethink his hero system, to rethink how his life is this ongoing series of humiliations. Right? My life is sometimes an ongoing series of humiliations, and you will see that written on my face. You will hear that in my voice when that happens, because I have to do things differently. I have to change.
Fighting for the principles in clear terms, and I see very little of that on the right these days. The reason I've written a dozen columns about one of the strengths of the American conservative movement was that we were willing to debate things amongst ourselves, that we would have these sort of fusionist arguments among ourselves. And that made us stronger and more serious in the battle of ideas, which AI represents. And I find a lot of the sort of MAGA coalition truly and
right. Jonah Goldberg, the author of The Ridiculous Liberal Fascism, he wants the right to be more intellectually serious.
Sincerely uninterested in ideas and
Now, why does Jonah Goldberg say the right is uninterested in ideas? Because those of the more learned who traffic in ideas regard Jonah Goldberg as a bad joke, as an idiot, as the person most worthy of ridicule. And so this is Jonah Goldberg lashing out at the reality that when it comes to discussing ideas and promoting ideas, he is a charlatan.
interested in arguments. And I
Right. Seriously, he doesn't think that Paul Gottfried and the sharpest writers for Chronicles magazine are not interested in arguments. Right? He just wants more good faith criticism. But every critic he's had is clearly not operating in good faith. Right? This is the type of delusion that you hear in these guru charlatan workshops that you hear from Matthew McConaughey and Tony Robbins and this crowd.
Well, that's and but in the same way that like the gurus are often telling their audience, you guys are willing to look more critically at the stuff, to think about the science. You're not swallowing what you're told. It's the same thing, right? It's just delivered with more directness than we're used to in the content. Likewise, Matt, strategic disclaimers and the Omega principle mixed in together.
And not everything we
Right. Jonah Goldberg is another snake oil salesman. But he wants to have a serious conversation, and he just yearns for good faith criticism.
share, not everything I share is going to be perfect, or Marie, or Trent, or Tony, or even Matthew. But if there's one thing, if there's a couple of things that allow you to go, oh, I can make a difference, then we did our job here today. And I like to simplify. We're here to learn the art of living, right?
So, if Matt and I said some stuff, if it's not that insightful,
Yeah.
if there's, if you think you've wasted 3 hours,
some of this is going to be flat wrong, right? But if
Yeah.
you can find in this entire
Single
episode
thing.
just one thing, that it was time well spent.
Oh, this is so yeah. That's beautiful. Just remember that, okay? But when you're writing your reviews,
Yeah, that's
focus
right.
on the positive.
This is
Don't
for
be a
the
negative Nelly.
1-star review makers. That's right. Just remember, was there really nothing at all in the 3 hours that was good? You could have just chosen to focus on that.
Now we're going to get to the.
Yeah, why doesn't Jonah get to have more serious intellectual engagement?
I think that's good. It may be good for the political coalition for a little while. I think it is pretty bad for the conservative movement.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like.
Because Jonah Goldberg sees himself primarily about the conservative movement and about America. It's not his own petty ego that he's concerned with. He just wants that good faith criticism. Just wants serious engagement.
Ideas too.
Yeah, no. This is a life.
I mean, how much idiocy do you get to spew, and how much nonsense do you get to monetize before it becomes impossible to grant that you're just seeking serious engagement?
We've chosen.
I think a lot of your disappointment may be tied to technology, which you.
Yes, because technology allows much more robust criticism, right? Free speech allows much more robust criticism of Jonah Goldberg than he would prefer, right? You peasants should not be dissecting him.
You often bring up on this program. There's just a difference in how argument is conducted in the new public square of social media than the way in which it was conducted when.
Right. If only it reached the lofty levels that Jonah Goldberg operated on. It's a shame. It's just so vulgar now here on this YouTube channel. It's just a shame I can't reach the lofty levels of argumentation, serious argumentation that Jonah Goldberg has pushed forward for these many decades.
And Buckley was at his height, whether there was public debate or in the pages of periodicals, or a newspaper column, all involving.
Right, where you had to kiss up to power to be able to publish, and people like Jonah Goldberg had the authority and the status and the power to deny conflicting voices or criticisms that they found uncomfortable. Right, now people like Jonah Goldberg, they are sometimes the recipients of unwanted criticism, and it's very wounding.
Editors, all involving a certain amount of deliberation and delay. Now, of course, the papers, when they show up on my driveway each morning, are completely out of date by the time I bring them to my office a half hour later. So I think that is a reason we have less.
Right, Jonah Goldberg longs for the day when the mavens of National Review had the power to remove from public life the John Birch Society or anyone else who deviates from their own particular hero system. They get to excommunicate heretics, right? They loved that Bill Buckley had the power and the will and the acumen to remove heretics from the public space of right-wing thought, and they longed for that day when there was much less free speech. And the savvy political players like Jonah Goldberg and Bill Buckley, right? These influencers and entertainers could persist in their self-conception of being serious intellectuals, just looking for serious, good faith criticism.
Debate of these ideas, less fine-tuning. We know the phrase brain rot. It was the phrase of the year. AI slop is a thing. And there's a lot of anti-Israel slop going out there as well. That is anti-Semitic.
And guess what? There's pro-Israel slop too. And there's some very sharp and factual criticism of the Jewish state as well.
And that's, I think, part of the technology. Part of it is that Trump is not a member of the American conservative movement.
Trump is the great pro whisperer, right? Trump won by expanding the coalition that votes for the Republican Party. I am not a fan of the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, right? That Kennedy bloke. I am not a fan of any of the major health appointees of this second Trump administration. I think they are just varying degrees of awful. I'm not a fan of the Maha movement. I think the Maha movement is unimpressive. But if I were a Republican congressman or senator, I would not be speaking out against the Maha movement because it was an essential part of Donald Trump getting elected. One of the most unusual advocates for Donald Trump is a left-wing Marxist, Batya Unga Sargon. Right? You don't win by pushing people out of your coalition. And so Marxists for Trump, right? I'm not going to try to push them out of a winning coalition. The ridiculous Maha movement, I'm not going to try to push it out of the winning coalition. I probably would not have voted against Trump's ridiculous and terrible health appointees because, one, it wouldn't do any good. Two, it would only weaken Trump's status and power. And so I wouldn't engage in fruitless, self-destructive virtue signaling. So you have to take the good with the bad, right? You want to maintain any kind of relationship. You want to maintain a membership in any type of community, right? You want to have friends. You want to have any type of connection with other people. You have to take the good with the bad. And if you're sane and healthy, right, you keep people in your life who overall are good for you and good for what you want. And even if Donald Trump says vulgar things and does some stupid things, right, you will support him or oppose him on the basis of whether or not he preserves, protects, and extends dignity to the people that you love.
He rarely identifies himself as a conservative.
Here's where I side with Joe Biden. Who do you love? Man, that's what it comes down to. Who do you love? Right? If you love your people, you want to preserve, protect, and extend their dignity. And it takes a village, right? I side with the group strategy as being more effective than the individualist strategy.
He called himself a nationalist in 2018. And now more recently, in the 2024 cycle and beyond, he calls himself common sense. He's common sense. So it's whatever he thinks is the prudential call at a given moment, which...
Right. Conservative Incorporated and its spokesman would not have won the 2016 and 2024 election. Right. Donald Trump's coalitional approach, displaying itself as nationalist and as commonsensical, that was the winning ticket, right? The Paul Ryan approach was not a winning ticket. The Mitt Romney approach was not a winning ticket. The George W. Bush approach was a disaster for conservatism and for Republicans and for America.
Literally can change by the second or the minute. So that means that the debate within the Republican Party is just much larger than a debate that happened within the conservative movement.
Yes, there are more important debates now than whether or not someone's a true conservative. Right? The rewards of discussing whether or not someone's a true conservative is akin to the rewards from discussing whether or not a blogger is a true journalist. Right? A blogger or a vlogger, such as myself, may at times do some journalism, but just because a particular utterance or blog post or video is not primarily journalism does not mean that any other genre is therefore illegitimate. Right? The criteria should be merit towards creating the type of society and safety and productivity and dignity of the people you love, who should be your fellow citizens.
Say 10 years ago, certainly 20, 30 years ago. And it involves people who we've just established are not conservatives. There are forms.
So Israeli intellectual Yoram Hazony, he loves ideas every bit as much as Jonah Goldberg, Matthew Continetti, but there are things that Yoram Hazony and the sane intellectual loves more than ideas, and that is the preservation and protection of a particular people in a particular place in a particular period of time.
Form of national populism that is antithetical, actually, to conservative ideas and policy recommendations.
It's almost like someone should write a book called Revolt Against the Masses.
Yeah, right?
Well, sometimes the masses are wrong. Sometimes the masses are right. Sometimes the elites are wrong. Sometimes the elites are right. To be universally opposed to the elites or to the masses places you at odds with reality. There is no partisan divide. There is no particular ideology that is always the most adaptive and effective.
Yeah, but at the same time, I quibble with a few things that you said. I mean, the first is I actually don't know whether it's the coalitional nature of the Democratic Party that got them into trouble. I think it's the ideological nature. I think the parties have switched. I think the Democratic Party is much more an ideological party now.
Oh, I agree with that.
It's driven by these extremely niche ideological views on borders, on crime, on trans, on on the economy, right? The modern monetary theory that kind of informed Biden's spending, which produced the inflation, which is the reason that the Democrats lost in 2024. I mean, that and the border, those are the two things, right? That's that ideological project is what got.
Wait, I didn't realize that it was inflation and immigration and the lived experience of a majority of Americans that they were going backwards economically under Joe Biden. I didn't think that was why Trump won. I thought it was Donald Trump's adherence to the Constitution, his adherence to lofty philosophical principles of classical liberalism. I thought Donald Trump won because of the purity of his ideology, the beauty of his transcendental ideas.
The Democrats into trouble, whereas the Republicans now are becoming this more coalition party where conservatives like you.
Yeah, if you expand your coalition, you're more likely to win a political contest. If you diminish and narrow your coalition, you're less likely to have power. If you want to preserve, protect, and provide for a particular people, you want to have power, because if you don't have power, right, your enemies will have power and your people will suffer.
You and me are just one part of that part. I'm not even saying you're a Republican. I'm just saying we're one element in this coalition, and there are all these other people. I mean, think about what we have.
And you don't have as much status as you used to, right? When you had Paul Ryan as the standard bearer for true conservatism, right? This cast a glow on the Jonah Goldbergs and the Conservatism Incorporated pundits and intellectuals of the day, because they had their representative close to power, and he made them look good, and he treated them with respect, as opposed to a Donald Trump who treats you with contempt. And think about how emotionally painful that must be for those like Jonah Goldberg.
And even we need a whole other hour to talk about Maha. I mean, that's amazing that this movement came up as a result of the pandemic.
I think the Democratic Party was more right than wrong with regard to dealing with the COVID, and the Republicans were more wrong than right on average with dealing with COVID. But it doesn't bother me that there is a reaction to Democratic Party governance during COVID that led to Donald Trump winning. Right? I will take my protection and prosperity and preservation and the augmentation of my own people's security, right? Even if it comes as a result of the Democratic Party doing tough and often right things in a difficult time during COVID, and its critics saying irresponsible and wrong things. But if the critics have a winning message that allows my group into power, I do not lose sleep at night.
And then Trump, I have to say, in an act of political genius, says, I'm going to wed you to my coalition. Right? I think it helped him. I think it helped him in 2024. And now the most, I think,
one of the only times you saw the polls bump up, right?
And the most effective, for good or ill, cabinet secretary is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There's no question about it, in my view. Right? So that's just today's Republican Party. And I do think that at some point we're just going to have to say this is reality, and conservatives are going to have to fight for our ideas. We're going to have to put those arguments out there.
Reality is a key word there, right? Matthew Continetti, a lot more at ease with reality, right? Much happier bloke than the sullen, depressed Jonah Goldberg, because Matthew is at ease with reality and Jonah Goldberg is at war with reality. And being at war with reality is not a winning formula for life.
There, and we're going to lose a lot, but we're going to win some too. And we need to appreciate.
Right. I never expected that Donald Trump would achieve 100% of everything that he's ever articulated. I never expected Donald Trump to be 100% consistent in the things that he said. I simply saw Donald Trump as, among my choices, right, the best position to preserve and protect and safeguard and augment people like me.
The stakes, but also appreciate the wins when we get them. And that's kind of where I fall into a lot of these debates.
Yeah, all right, so a couple points. One, I agree with you about the Democratic Party now. Part of my longer tale of woe about the Democratic Party is that they made the mistake of their coalitional politics led to them becoming an ideological
party.
I
agree, and I should say that the danger.
Right, and this is precisely what Jonah Goldberg wanted for the Republican Party.
Danger is that MAGA becomes too ideological.
Right.
This is the transition, and this is what I'm watching in the years ahead.
Right, any movement that becomes too ideological is going to be less adept and less nimble at dealing with reality. Like Donald Trump's inconsistency in his willingness to backtrack, right, makes him among the most nimble politicians of which I'm aware, and it places him in a quite useful position with regard to reality.
To your point about Buckley keeping the anti-Semites out, is that that is infectious. You bring in a tumor, and it can affect the party. The Democratic Party brought in ideologues, and the difference to them.
But where you and I disagree is, I think actually Trump is a force preventing the new right ideologues from obtaining from full power. There's no question there's a lot of them in this administration because of certain personal loyalties, because Trump is sticking with the people who stuck with him at the low point after January 6th and throughout all the lawfare. But when you just think about what Trump is doing, he's disappointing the new right.
Sure.
There will not be tax hikes in the One Big Beautiful Bill. The industrial...
Right. The Ricardos of the world are not enthused by the second Trump administration, even though it's the most effectively right-wing presidential administration in decades.
What is industrial? Trump wants to get rid of all the green tax credits from the infrastructure and the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. Trump bombed Iran's nuclear facilities, right? Trump supported Israel, its Operation Rising Lion, and still is letting Israel conduct its war against Hamas. And on immigration, we have this fascinating argument that is being overlooked as a result of all the talk in the media about the deportations, which is Trump kind of wants to increase skilled migration. And of course, MAGA doesn't. So the danger for me...
Oh my God, he's inconsistent in the things he says. So there's a funny Australian show called Colin from Accounts. And there is now a season 2 of Colin from Accounts. And not only is there in general, in the abstract, a season 2 of Colin from Accounts, there is in glorious particular season 2, episode 4 of Colin from Accounts. And it's glorious.
Get yourself nice at lunch, please.
I will.
Yeah, promise.
I promise.
Okay.
Such a good boy.
I think I might jazz up those old pizzas for dinner.
Are you joking?
No.
I've told you so many times. We're having dinner with Meggles and a new girlfriend tonight.
Fuck, that's right.
Oh,
You too.
This is lovely. This is fair dinkum. So she walks out the door, she puts in her earpods, and what lovely thing does she hear? What? What the hell? So she pulls out her phone. What the hell's going on? Puts back in the earpod. Oh no! This is very disturbing. This is not godly. This is not Torah. This is not holy. Imagine her pain. She leaves the house and her live-in boyfriend is wanking.
Hey, what's going on? You forget something?
Yeah, my cap. I forgot my cap.
There it is.
There it is. So cool.
He's
Got
betraying
it now.
her.
Got it. Were you masturbating?
He's feeling very awkward.
Hey?
Were you having a wank?
No. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, I was just taking my pants off to get in the shower, which I'm just about.
Yeah.
Jump up
Yeah.
and do that.
Yeah. Because porn came through my AirPods downstairs.
Did they? That's weird.
So for some women, it's absolutely devastating when they find their husband in a less than dignified position in front of a computer. And then other wives are a little bit more at ease with such a situation.
So strange. I'd look into that because that's maybe a Bluetooth thing. I do have some neighbours actually.
Yeah,
who
it's probably
sometimes we
a
get crossed,
Bluetooth. Yeah,
and they've got some pretty
must be,
weird.
must be cross.
I don't know whatever they get up to. No judgment.
Yeah.
But
no judgment.
But
There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah, she's
So
not thrilled.
weird.
Yep.
So weird.
Yeah.
Strange.
Yep.
Oh. There you go.
Sorry, I was.
Oh, okay. Now
I
it
was.
comes time for the truth.
Is that bad?
Is that bad?
No, I'm pretty cool with that kind of thing.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So some surveys put Australians as the most sexually promiscuous nation.
Just in front of the dog though.
I mean,
Yeah, you shouldn't-
He's a little bit
guys,
close, but I
don't-
mean, he's not.
don't
to be clear, he was
wank.
not a part of it. I forgot he was there, if anything.
Now I think of it though, we did have sex last night.
Yeah, we did, and it was great.
Was it?
I thought so.
Yeah. No, it's cool. It's just, yeah. James never did this, so I'm like, yeah, it's a bit new for me.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
Yes, he did.
ex-boyfriend.
No, he told me that he never watched porn or masturbated.
Yeah, and he told her the truth, right? Because James, her ex, would never tell a lie.
Oh, well, he lied. He lied to you. James is a liar.
Oh, no.
Cool.
There are
Yeah,
people who are
all right.
beyond
Just
and
so you
above
know, there was an on-ramp.
this.
Like the wax strips box that I was buying for you had some very leggy, sexy legs on it, and it's just...
Right, he was just trying to help her, and then buying wax strips for her, like it normally naturally led him to start wanking to porn. So he's not really responsible.
got in there, you know, and so there was an on-ramp. This didn't just come out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, fine.
You sure you find...
Right. He's not the type of bloke who just like has a wank to porn, right? He's really the victim of these circumstances.
You don't seem fine.
Hey, the box. The legs, it's chill.
Right, totally chill. All right, mate.